Hello, everyone. Yesterday we worked on some design. Where what we did to get a better design is we went into AI Studio and we iterated for a while. And this is what we came up with. We're making it more like a news article. Before, the spacing was a little weird. It's kind of hard to read. There's a lot of just like stats. But we're transitioning to be kind of more of an article. We took time to choose the fonts that we wanted to use and kind of the typography and the colors. And I'm liking it a lot better. Um, I think this we still have to add the title and other things today for the first part, and then after that, there's gonna be a few bug fixes, and then I think after that we'll see if we can deploy um, again, and that's what I plan to get done. I guess there's some other things we'll probably want to do, but we'll see as we go. I'm gonna go ahead and start some music. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. So the first thing I'm going to do today is work on the title component. It should have the ability to share. The general idea here is that this today's brief is going to be public, so you don't need an account to see it. But then if you want to get the portfolio insights and things like this, then you have to click it and log. You have to make an account. And then from there, this particular thing would be the pro feature. So I'm going to let this keep running. I'm actually going to undo that last change. So the last change I made was in evening brief section 254. I'll check that out in a little bit. But one moment, because it added this title again. We don't want this title because we're going to add that this title component instead. This here. One moment. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. Good to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to check out what we have here. And I'm going to commit some of it before we continue. So evening brief section. It's this last part here. What I'm thinking is just moving this to the title component. So like this whole thing is kind of the same gist. Nah, I think I'm going to keep it. So this is one component. This is another. So I'm going to do that in another. So that's this. We create a plan for this. So let's read this. The reason why is because there's a kind of a lot of moving parts with this title. It's got generated in both pipelines. It's not like a super hard thing, but just needs to modify a lot of files. So it's in, put it in front end components. No, I do not want it there. So I'm gonna go grab this file. So I'm putting it in docs under, we're going to call it title component. I just opened this. Okay, now we read it. Pop out the chat here. It's files to change, that looks good. These ones. So what does it take on? It generates the title based on the market close, top news for the afternoon. For the morning brief title, it takes in market mood, futures, news. And a share button. Makes some sense, I would say. The only thing is make sure that the title component should look very similar to our new design. So make sure to reference that for the design of the title and add that to the plan, the files, relevant files in there. I changed the location of the plan. Right now it's in I'm just telling it to remove that title. I'll probably fix this bug today with the happened there. Economic calendar says twice, so let's fix that. The economic calendar says it twice there, so let's go ahead and fix that. I'm probably going to keep it how it was in terms of the where the Prism research was in the nav bar. Hey, what's up, Prostra? How's it going? Oh, remove the, let's see what it did here. Okay, it just made another. Interesting. Okay. This one, the deep dive here, probably should be always on the bottom. Oh, no problem. Thank you. So I think when we make progress, we usually pretty happy in the morning to get started. Yesterday, I'm liking the looks of this. I noticed the economic calendar went below the deep dive, so try to figure out that the deep dive. You should make that a separate component, and then it should always be at the bottom. Cool. Implementation plan. I'm not going to implement this one quite yet because I'm going to commit this without the title. There we go. Moved it to the bottom there. What do you think about adding some state management stuff? Right now we're just doing this props passing. Redux or something. I think it'll make it a little simpler. I can just think about myself coding this a little bit without using Redux and stuff. It'd be kind of complicated, so that's good. Maybe we should add that. Fix the spacing here. Do the last change. Could be we depend on the header contents for rendering in 6. Something like this. Yeah. So here's the situation, right? And you might find this in your project too. You know, for people who aren't like front-end devs, like this, like the way, if you don't have any state management stuff, what it does is it's just passing in, starts from the top. You're gonna have this like long string where it's like passing in long string where you're like passing it from file to file to file, and every depth that you're passing all these things adds to the complexity. And so as you know, as a person, when you're working on it, you'll find pretty quickly it becomes kind of a nightmare. And so it's the same with the AI, right? Like if you don't add this, add some state management stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and add one. Based on the complexity. Seem whether it's, yeah, it's just passing the prompt. So I was kind of explaining it simply because I wanted to, in case there was anyone, you know, I'm not a front-end dev, but I kind of like know the basics, I guess, of the, I just did a little bit here and there. Correct context, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Consider, I already put it, but we'll say context versus zoostand. How do you know which one to choose? That's my next question, because I don't know the answer. Okay, so it says zoostand. Let's see why. Okay, looking at app.tsx, you have 25 use state calls. Significant prop trailing. Let me break this down. 2 to 3 levels. So, oh no, it does recommend React context. Good. You're right. Potentially single page. Concern. One zoostand would make more sense if you had more pages that share state. Gotcha. We're not going to need that, so it's just this one page. Performance issues from context re-renders. Before I do that though, I'm going to commit changes. Yes, exactly. Not going to commit this yet. So this is just UI stuff and plan. See, we could maybe run this one, but only do the backend changes while it's changing how our state management stuff is working. So let's start with this plan. However, only implement the backend changes and build tests to validate the title changes, but don't change the front end files yet. So this function is pretty important to understand. Pretty simple, but it needs to do a little more. No, yeah, it's not super good. I'll do this over here. Let's see, can I clear this? Yeah, I'll clear this. So with this function, we want to make sure that, so we're validating that the user is authenticated and authorized. So we need to have, we're going to build a new service for that. You can just call it authentication or just auth service. We're going to start moving the important functions for that there, because the way it currently works is we put all that stuff in our chart generation area. So we're going to kind of segment it to its own place. Just bring some logs. Oh, that's true. You know, for there's a lot of components here, right? The is pro, which I actually check Stripe. actually. So notice that we have Stripe here, right? So there's a few components. The isPro, the user, it should be checking. The way this works is like we store in the database when the user is pro or not. So that function should be the types of functions that we have, and this should be checking simple functions that will just check the database, see if they're pro user. But we should have another function. Let's call it, if we don't already, actually we definitely have that function, so I'm going to ask it to find it. Call it isPro. We're going to make this into a new file. Checks their user collection. Put it in. I'll just put it in maybe. It could go in this user service, I guess. We have another function. Can you go ahead and try finding it? So don't code until you validate this. It's when we actually, it's probably in the webhook from Stripe that we actually set that they are now pro user. But let's go ahead and find that function. Tried to do another project. There's two checks, if they're pro or if they're admin. And the way we're going to do it is in the database, you just store whether they're an admin. Right now it's depending on the email, which is not super great because anyone can just send what email they are. But should be getting the UID of the logged in user. And checking whether they're pro. It should be doing a few things actually. We'll fix it. It also checks if they're an admin, which I don't really want. Yeah, that actually makes some sense, I guess. I'm passing an example so it knows what I'm talking about here. versus admin status as an example, and list out the differences. Create a new plan. Making it similar, I'll just say that. And then put it in doc/auth organization or auth service. Helps to have examples. So it hooked up React context here. Did you remove the prop drilling? And so everything, can you give me a quick rundown of how the components are getting the state that it needs? Oh. It says it did, but just a quick little check. It seems like it just moved it all here. Is okay, I think. Brief context provides all of these things. Okay, cool. For the week, or rather for the day header, so now we just have to fix the headers. For the day header, it is not showing. Component. This one's doing the title. Yes, good. I'm gonna read that, but that kind of makes sense. We're consolidating because we have a lot of functions across different files. So if we just have an auth service that has all the things we need, it's like a lot less confusing. Because I couldn't remember which part we already implemented and where it was. I remembered we did. Oh, but it, yeah, definitely, we're not doing that. I kind of like the decorator approach. Because it makes it real quick at a glance. Is in the song. Should we have a third decorator? Oh, we already do. We already have a require admin. Okay, then maybe we don't need to do too much. That's right. And then we'll go check them out. Cool. So this can go ahead and implement the front end part then. Cool. So now you can go ahead and do the title component, and within that you're going to build that shared component as well. And then notice top level is it's actually this front end. This. I think that makes sense. So can you make sure for all the export functions we add the require? Actually, can we add a new require pro decorator? So I like the approach of require auth, require admin. And let's just, so you can go ahead and delete this plan and just make it a plan to create the new decorator. And actually, those helper functions look good too. Now I'm reading this function here. Oh yeah, it looks good. Okay, this is perfect. So these are our decorators for our require admin and require auth, and this is the right way to do it. You check the authorization header, you do validation, and then you check if the email matches the admin user. Once you've validated that, so you verify using the Firebase token. And now we're going to add a third for pro user. And that should be a similar approach, except after you check in the Firebase, you check whether they're a pro user or not. So it's very similar to this require admin. And then we put that in all of the functions that are important. And we want guarded behind a certain thing. Yep. Cool. Yep, that makes sense. Go ahead and look through the stuff that's going to be guarded by. So we want to create a new doc. It's going to list all of our endpoints. So you can go through all of our endpoints and try to find. I think right now we're doing explicit checks, but we're going to change it to this decorator approach for the require pro endpoints. But yeah, just list every endpoint, which ones should be guarded by which decorators. Then I'm going to attach the folder. You kick off later today. Also, yeah, for Christmas, yeah, Christmas Day. You will not see me. I did start a little later today, but I might switch the time up a little bit. Maybe instead of 5 to 8, 6 to 9, somewhere in this region. kind of experimenting a little bit, but whatever I end up deciding it will be the morning. Let's maybe add a little more spacing. Oh, actually, this is looking a lot better now. How's your morning, or I mean, evening, Gremlin? Oh, this stuff? Yeah, we're still, I'll show you. Oh, wait. Let me look at the stream. I think you're talking about this, right? We're going to put a title. So this is what we're restyling it to be. We worked on it yesterday. We're going for this idea, which is like we have a title of the article. And this will be public, so anyone can come in and read it. You don't need an account. But then the other pages, you'll need an account. And then this will be, you click in, it'll make an account, and then it's like, you'll sign up for, in order to use that, it's going to give you a free trial screen. And you can start the free trial from there. Whereas these ones, like the portfolio, you can just use. Yeah, so that's kind of my, I was thinking last night, that kind of makes sense. So like these two, it won't show you the free trial screen. You can use them for a bit, and then after you use your credits, then it will give you the upsell thing, which will be a free trial, I guess. And it'll maybe be just like 3 days. I'm not really sure. You know, we need to do research on that too. Like how long? I think the other ones were 7 days, but maybe ours is a little shorter because we already gave them credits. But still a lot of thinking to do. Nice, we got our title. We have a share here. Wait, really? Let me look here. I don't see a gray line. I'm gonna remove something. Let me know if you see it, if I get rid of it. Oh, right there. Yeah. Okay, I'll fix that. One moment. There you go. That's from the chat. So now we're making sure we've decorated all the functions that we need with the right auth stuff. Yeah, thanks, Gremlin. Appreciate that. It'd take me a while to find. Hey, Judev, how's it going? Oh yeah, so good, we found one. This should be, we should put the decorator on this endpoint. Yes. That was the new one we just added. We haven't committed yet. We need to add a new require pro. Anyways. For deep dive page endpoints. There was one. And remove those. Replace the existing pro checks with the new decorator. Once completed, go ahead and update the doc. Go ahead and remove the title, the market summary title. This one should be very similar to our others, but we're probably going to put another branch for the moment. Or just not commit it, either one. This is okay because this require pro decorators doing the auth and the check, so you can replace it. That's our new export endpoint. Nice. So I think in the scenario where we do have some error like this, our validator should find this. Right now it doesn't, and it should not show it. Okay, cool. How's it going, Yusuf? I noticed in the morning it shows this one, but it should show this in the afternoon as well. Yes, I did. It's crazy. We're having some bugs, so I was like, all right. So I'm not going to commit any of that stuff yet. Yep. Cool. Is there prompts, I guess, for the titles? Okay, and then while we wait for that, I guess let's first figure out what happened here. You don't have the logs though, because it's been a long time. So I might have to. I already ran the question. It worked in the research. But our test should be able to, our validator should be able to find this, so let's try to fix that. So sometimes we have results like this on the today's brief page. We have a validation in this today's brief. Can you help me understand why couldn't we catch this in the in our errors? Do we not actually? Do we never? I thought we actually send the image to the LLM itself for the last validation step. Oh, there's some new components we're going to add as well. I still want to keep the general idea of you want to see how your portfolio is doing. So that should be at the maybe here by default. Does this button work? Let me see. I'm gonna try this share button, see what it does. Okay, not yet. Oh, it opens like your contacts or something. Hmm. I'm gonna try this question again. Hey, Codename Zulu, how's it going? I found it. Okay, the question is, here it is. So I'm gonna ask this question to see if it fails. So send. Hey, how are you doing? The anime hunter, how's it going? I don't know. I think maybe in the next few days we'll try to start getting everything wrapped up as far as like the basic features. I keep saying the next few days, but soon, dude. I just want to fix a lot. Okay, cool. So we do get. I'm actually happy we got an error because that way we can figure. I think it's something to do with the histogram. So I'm gonna get the script that generated, make it easy to figure out. Oh, oh, it's probably we don't have this data. We don't have SMH. That's probably why. In which case, that makes a lot of sense. I just generated this in the research tab. I'll put in the logs. Is it because we don't have SMH in our data? Oh, this updated. I'm just making sure the... Oh, it's a... Okay, cool. Nice. So that reordering's still working. That's good. You're just really nervous. Don't be nervous. Oh, I guess let's remove the either this or this, one of them. Also, go ahead and create a, based on this page, create a themes. Under doc/themes. It should have all the colors that we're using, including for the charts. We're going to go through and review these. Gotcha. Well, good luck with that. That's quite the age gap. No, you misunderstood. I'm talking about the charts. Look at the image. Is it because this question doesn't make sense? Like, how do you build a distribution? Is it because of the word distribution confused the LLM or something? So if we make a new function and the signal returns... Oh, I get it. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Sounds good, SG707. Might as well. Cool. So let's do that. I'm going to commit what we have. UI stuff. And creates tests for this particular scenario. Working on, it's like a it's like a newsletter, and you can do research and build charts and track your portfolio. I think one thing with our recent changes, I've noticed there's a lot more lag switching between the pages, so we're gonna investigate that a little bit. It's like I click, but then as soon as I do that initial loading, it's fast. So some sort of thing, not sure. See like this. Yes. I'm noticing right now that there's like an initial lag when after some period of waiting, you click the research and navigation. It takes like 2 to 3 seconds to load, and then it's fast. So let's go ahead and check out the navigation between the pages, what it could be. I'm guessing it's could be in this file maybe, because that's a lot of what we changed. Just give some ideas first. We're gonna kind of look through. I guess we could look ourselves a little bit if we now it's fast though, so it's hard to test. You can make a link prefetch, tell the AI to use Next.js prefetch. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a good point too. That's a good point. But the reason I guess is it was much faster before we made these style changes. So I'm thinking maybe it introduced some sort of weird. Remember before it was like, I forgot exactly what the reason was, but yeah. So next time we'll start it up, the network tab, and see what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna go back to AI Studio because I want to add one of our other components, but it was much better at designing, so I'm going to pull that up. At the top of both the afternoon and morning brief, we want to have the user's performance. Like this is something they likely care about. It doesn't have to be at the exact top, but maybe below that initial blurb, potentially. It'll have their portfolio performance, and the way it will look is it will have how they're performing year to date, how they're doing compared to the benchmarks this year for the afternoon brief. For the morning brief, it's just going to be their pre-market performance compared to the benchmarks. I could also have year to date too. So try to figure out a way that's consistent with our styles. It's kind of like a new component for both. Yeah, any new projects we do, I'm gonna just start an AI studio. It's like our design studio, or Figma or something. The AI studio have access to your GitHub. Yeah, you can connect it. You can deploy it even. But I don't really commit anything with AI Studio, and because you can just restore checkpoints really easily. I just use it for designing. It doesn't have any functionality really. Just creating the page.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light. In the hush, I feel the tone. Never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moved through quiet form. I heard it clear without the norm.
So does this look the same? I think it mostly does at this point. Oh, nice. It added this. Hey, that's pretty good. I like that. So your performance, portfolio return. I mean, full screen it. You maybe choose what benchmark you want. Just a little. There's some psychological stuff here, like, you know, your performance just says portfolio. They don't want to feel like every time they log on, they're being judged. Your performance. I want to have the ability that they can choose which benchmarks. Maybe they could click and something. I could just make it a little more condensed, just have a few more.
I sketch your face, hoping you'll feel at peace, but the lines are soft and blurred. I wish for you to know your worth. No one can.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can live the life you dream.
Yeah. SG707, I ran into the same stuff. I definitely, whenever I have bugs that are just kind of stupid, like, it's very clear it should be changing, I just ask it to remove all the caching code. We can add caching later, but when we're testing, kind of annoying.
That's why the outline's soft and light from here on out.
Not sure if you use React Query, but should have a single instance of a React client. It's creating on every page. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm not using React Query, but definitely, like, sometimes you don't realize, hey, that's why it's so slow. Because it's doing some wacky things. We've had our fair share of, like, infinite use effect things. I'm gonna make it how it was aligned before. I'll show you guys. Let's see how full screen is. I want to make the header aligned like this again, not the same styles, but should be more left and right aligned, not just in the middle section. Take a look at this image to understand for what it will look like on the today's brief. We're only changing the alignment, so none of the styles. Got some more stuff that we're missing here at the moment. Oh, no. No, I said none of the styles, just the, you're supposed to keep all the styles, just the spacing. So get rid of all the things that you've just done. There we go. That's pretty weird, right? It'd just be a little more. Okay, better, but move it a bit more to the center. That looks weird. Yeah, that makes sense. SG707. Mm. Yeah, it kind of looks very weird, right? Mm. I'm looking at Substack. Trying to figure out like what's the design principle behind this? Why didn't the first image does it look okay, but the second image it doesn't based on the spacing? Like, is there like an optimal space? Kind of like, you know, like you think of the rule of thirds or something when you're making a picture. Is there like a general rule that we know roughly how to space like the header and the navigation versus the content, things like this? Because it's just a we want to the first principles idea of this particular problem, because we keep running into the spacing of the header versus the I don't understand. Because like you look at this one, right? Look at this one. This is fine. This is not fine. This looks weird. So the header nav is 80 to 85 to 95% of the viewports. That's cool. Maybe that works. So this like golden ratio that you're talking about, what else does this apply to when it comes to designing websites? Is this like a very common ratio to use? Because if we can figure out when to apply this idea, we'll test it to see if it works. So the golden ratio and related proportional systems are foundational in design. Typography scale. Most type scales are ratio based. What? That's crazy. It's like using the same... Why is it using the same terminology as music? Minor third? Is there really a design scale like this? That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, if we just learn all the constants. So tailwind spacing isn't random. It often follows 1.5x multipliers. So the golden ratio of content to sidebar is this, I guess. Oh, it has the same rule of thirds idea. These ratios appear in nature, so our brains perceive them as balanced without knowing why. It's not magic. Neat. Well, let's try it then. All right, let's try the ratio you said with the header to the contents. Okay, this is what the new design for this came up with. So you can click here and see the comparison. Bitcoin. I'm probably not going to put Bitcoin on there, but these three is fine. Based on media size. Well, the ratio would work based on the media size, right? Because it's a ratio there, so I think it would apply to everything, right? Maybe not phones, because that's really... Yeah, it's really different, I guess. In that case, it's all aligned for this particular question. All right, I actually don't see any change though, so let me make this bigger. Oh, wait. It's not better, no. Okay. Let me see. No, definitely not. Okay, undo that last change. Okay, here's my theory. I think the header, when we changed the logo to be Prism Research with the research under it, it made the header too big, the nav bar too big, and that's why it looks weird. Does that make sense? Like, maybe the ratio there is different? What's the ratio of like header heights to contents? Does that exist as an optimal amount? I still don't like the idea of fully believing AI can do everything for me. Yeah, I do too, MDTron. So we're not really doing strict vibe coding stuff. It's we're doing something in between. But yeah, we do the planning. For the UI stuff, I'm more comfortable letting it design. I mean, earlier today we kind of, for example, we read our auth decorator stuff and make sure everything's good. But that's kind of the general approach. Is like we do the high level docs and design docs, and we leave a good portion for the implementation, and then we read it for the important stuff and correct it. It's a tool. That's how I think of it. It's just a tool. You can use it for autofill, whatever you want to use it for, but it just comes down to the person using it. Yeah, because we doubled the size of the header. That could be it. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the header the same size. To do that, you might need to shrink the logo might have to be smaller. We want to still keep it vertical like this, so maybe just shrink the logo until the header gets down to the right size. Do you recommend vibe coding? I think it's a good way to learn. You're building prototypes. You can ask the AI tons of questions, learn some concepts, and over time you'll learn stuff. And it's fun. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So what happened, I think the header just got too big, and that's why it looked weird. It's the combination of this and let's make it full screen though. Still looks a little strange. Hey, look at this one. So it's better than learning from tutorials. And do you have any hard coding yourself? Yeah, we did a lot of the high level planning. I mean, something to note, like it's a very common misconception, but software engineering jobs, after you get past the junior role, it's not really programming. It's not really, you're not really, the majority of it's going to be spent doing system design and then high level design, a lot of design and estimation. So that's kind of that's the stuff that remains the same for the most part. The actual, just once all the plans are out, programming part, that's not the majority of the time. So yeah, so I'd say that's kind of what we're doing with this project. A lot of it's clarifying, but some people have different workflows. Like they like to use it as just an autofill. So for me, I kind of do a more, I read it, I correct the things that are wrong, because that's just how I like to do it. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to boil it down over media. Yeah, it's actually exactly like that. It's like you're doing the code reviews and you're like, hey, this sucks. And you just keep asking to rewrite if you want, or you could write it yourself until it looks good. I might change the header back to what it was spacing wise. Just keep the new styles. So the Prism Research, it just says Prism Research. Because with this new addition up here, actually this doesn't look good now because this is not aligned, right? We could put this on the bottom maybe. We'll see what that looks like. Can we also put this component on the as a footer? It's a fixed footer, so it'll always be there, just to see what it looks like. So put it at the bottom. So we built a bunch of tests for this histogram that failed, and we're going to run it again to see if we fixed the problem. So that was the scenario where it's really slow to load. So we'll try to understand what happened. But it gets faster, which is making it hard to figure out what it is. I think the histogram's going to come out with the old colors. This one's very slow. This question. Okay, that's not really a histogram though, so I think it shows the wrong one. How do I get that script? Yeah, so we asked this question. Here's the logs. We didn't get histogram. So somehow, I think the LLM probably chose the wrong one, but let's double check. Oh yeah, it chose the wrong chart for some reason. I'm gonna flip the header to the old style, so I'm gonna grab an image. Just the spacing. We ran in experiments. And, okay, so I see we put this at the bottom too. But realistically, you can't really see it. Like, no one's gonna see that. Like, oh, maybe on mobile. Oh, disappears on mobile. I make it full screen. Yeah, so tiny. Zoom in. 1 second, I'm grabbing the old header. We're gonna compare spacing. The problem is in my streams, I'm very rarely making it full screen. So it's hard to see the exact spacing. So take a look at this image. We're not going to change any other styles with the header, but we're going to revert it back to this Prism research with it being on being on the same line. So it's not vertically in 2 lines. It's not wrapped, I think. Not wrapped. Wrapped around. Did you love vibe coding? You actually get paid. Making a school dashboard. Nice. Much better than Canvas UI. Yes. The only thing I'd say is education, I've heard, is pretty tough. Apparently, I listened, I think it was Paul Graham. I think maybe. He said that YC has a lot of trouble with investing in education startups. It's just, I guess it's hard to get them to pay for stuff, supposedly. But that said, I wish you luck. I think if you I don't really like Canvas, so I mean, obviously Canvas makes money, right? So there's Let me pull it up. You know, I don't want to give you false information because that would not be education. I see. Investing in education. YC comments. Oh, run. Starts. Let me use Perplexity to try to find it. I remember this comment about Paul Graham. He was talking about investing in education startups. And it was like, he was saying that basically they had a hard time doing that. I don't remember exactly what the reason was. So we're trying to find this comment. Can you give it a shot? So if I don't find it, then just go ahead and disregard what I said, but I'm pretty sure I remember that. Okay, I think I found it. Boy, education is unusually hard market. Oh, okay. So the people who use the product, the people who choose it, and the people who pay for it are different. And breaks them makes something people want and can quickly adopt dynamic. That kind of makes sense. By the way, this is he posts a lot of really cool articles on his website. Maybe it's in this thing.
Do you have this kind of some parable? We had like.
Yeah, I'm also interested to find the comment, but anyways. Okay, interesting. Anyways. Okay, so we changed it back to Prism Research like this. We'll come back to it. I'm not really sold on it, but it's okay for now. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try the question again. I think it added a little bit of a hard coding thing. It said that the term distribution is in the prompt. The LLM should choose the histogram, which is not the greatest. However, I think in this case, I think it's right? Like if you say the word distribution, what other graph would you want? Distribution is pretty specific. Hey Max, how's it going? Okay, cool. So a few problems we have to fix. Number one, we have some problems with histogram, like we have for a while, so let's try to fix it. About the scripts that we're creating and the colors. So there's two problems. Number one, the colors should match our new color scheme in this doc. Go ahead and change all the charts. So go through the chart renders and change the color schemes. Number two, the histogram is just wrong. What we're coming out, we always get these like extreme data points. So there's something skewing it. So go ahead and create an implementation plan, put it in bugs in the docs. So you're going to need to go through the files, or I'll attach here. Let's change this. In the economic calendar, I should be able to click also the times. Let's investigate. Is there any way we can get the accurate time for these? So let's talk about it. Right now, I know Finance, Fred data doesn't have it, right? But just double check. Okay, so I should be able to click this now. Nice, good. Time issue for the API only provides dates, not times. To get extra time. It's just a fin hub. Okay. How do you think FinHub is getting the times though? Do you think it's what it's doing is these all come out at the same times, you know, every week? For example, the FOMC press release, right? It always comes out at the same time. Could we just maybe have our own little dictionary? How often does it change from the scheduled times? Almost never. These are set by government agencies, have been consistent for decades. The only exceptions are holiday shifts, government shutdowns. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Create a separate file for that. Just create an endpoint. It's like a little switch, and make a separate file for that too, to just turn off the times that I can click in the admin panel in this section here. When I turn that off, what it should do is just not show the times, and then on the front end it won't show it either. So it's just a little flag there. So I just turn it off if there's something going on. Can you tell me more about these colors? Are these somewhat unique to us, or are we just taking a color scheme from somewhere else? I notice when on our old styles, wait, hold on. There's two options. Like either we do it like this, which is like these three are bolded, or we do this where the past brief is a little bit less bolded. I don't really know which is better. Maybe it seems like a lot of, but I'm gonna leave it for now because it's kind of hard to know what to do. So now we're changing all the colors of the bars so that way they match our new scheme like this. See if this works these days. No, it doesn't. It replaces the new tab for you. What? Really? Would you want that? New tab? Just has this? I think, would I want that? Usually when you make a new tab, it's like your goal is searching or doing something. Huh, interesting. I think the new tab on Edge has the news option. It's very customizable though. But I don't think it ever had a setting. The settings on Edge never had the setting where to totally replace the page with all news. There was always the search there. Well, honestly though, you can do it. You can just set the. All right, the next thing we're gonna do. This is gonna be a public page now. That's the next part. You don't need to sign in to see it. This is today's brief. So this latte newspaper thing, we're getting rid of that backend chart theme. We're changing it all to this new theme, which I'm... look at today's brief. So this is the new color scheme we're going to do. No more of the latte colors. Also, look at the current emails. We also changed them, so... Did you turn it off by default? Is it already hooked up? So it should update the economic calendar. And go ahead and put a little... I'll wait on that. I'm gonna put a little disclaimer that the times may be out of date or something. Are these colors, go ahead and remove the, do you still have the old colors? We don't need the old colors anymore. Also, I wanted to check, are these unique? Is this kind of like a unique color scheme we have going? 'Cause I would like to have our own. So if it's the exact same as another website, we'll change it. Oh, these are the standard CSS defaults. Okay. Wait, Slate? Oh, what the hell? Why is this one changing the themes too? Can you go ahead and summarize? Oh, we'll just read it. It's fine. Oh, yeah. So again, guys, doesn't matter that we added this to the system prompts. Even when I explicitly specify not to do this stuff, it tends to do it. So it adds this fallback stuff. And it creates the exact problem that we have, which is like, we have this kind of like weird bug. Like we look at the chart, we're like, hey, this chart looks really stupid. There's no way that's true. And then you look and it's like, okay, we generated this function that's just going to fall back to when it can't find the data. So instead of getting an error, which would be like, okay, we got an error, can't find the data, we get like fake data, right? It likes to do that a lot, like the fallback stuff. So just, it's a little bit annoying. And we put in our system prompts, we specify very frequently, but unfortunately, it is what it is. You just have to accept, if you're relying on it for large changes, that it's going to do that. And you have to, I think we should just have like times when we remove all of this kind of stuff. Look, do like a little search. It's kind of an easy fix though. It's just, all right, so go ahead and fix. Please remove any fallback synthetic data. We do not want any synthetic data. In fact, create a new plan after you've completed this fix. You want to pass in the raw data to the chart renderer. And then you're going to create a doc where you're going to go through and look for, in all the mappers and all the charts, try to find any place that we're doing synthetic data, because we do not want it. It's not good. We want just to return an error if there's no data. We're going to do a little committing. Right now, these are all blank. Did you make sure to hook it up, or do I need to actually regenerate the today's brief to see your changes? This is code review time. Go through our stuff. Did I hear about Greg Biffle? Who's that? Look it up. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. It's changing our color scheme. His YouTube channel is on them. Damn, that sucks. Is it one of these like what happened? I guess I don't really know what happened. Right now the times are still blank, so it's, did you make sure to hook it up, or is it off by default? Go ahead and create a new plan, put it in docs. It's going to be under make today's brief public. This is a new plan. So there's a folder under that in docs. And then it's implementation plan. And in that we're going to make a plan to make this public. The today's brief, the AI portfolio insights will be blocked by an upsell to start a free trial. You don't need to implement that part yet. But the general idea is we're just going to allow any users to access this, and when they click research, that part they're gonna have to sign in before they can go into it. So you're gonna start at the landing page and put that login block after the research, and same with the portfolio page. So in order to access that, they have to log in as well. Actually, and same thing for the AI portfolio insights. It's blocked by like a button or something that I think currently exists, and when they click it, then they have to log in first. So I think in this doc, you're going to create the flows, right? So show me each flow for what it should look like when you click certain things. And we're going to have to probably remove the account icon, and that will be like sign in, register at the top right on this page as well. So go ahead and design those flows, talk a little bit about how you're going to implement it. Download this app. I just could delete this because, oh, did I delete it? I won't for now. I'll rename it. Here. want you to look at the portfolio performance area. Looks like this component. It also has one for the morning. We're going to make two components that are the same style as this one, and we're going to put it in the morning and afternoon brief. Before you continue, tell me your understanding of what we're doing here. Yeah, let's go ahead and I can flip the show release times. Let's do that. Yeah, to go ahead and change it to on by default. Can you actually see the files that list of files that I'm telling you to reference in your implementation here? You need to make any changes to what endpoints are guarded with the decorators. That's me clarifying that it understands what it's doing. I gotta remove the cache for that, it's kind of stupid. Oh, it worked. Nice. Try about the can you go ahead at the the footer. Let's go ahead and add it should be aligned on the right, the time in EST. Yeah, maybe not worth doing that. Make sure to implement so I can click one more events on here as well. Cool. Some of the files you said you need to create, like the one for the upsell for the AI portfolio insights, I think we already have that, no? Can you double check? I'll try to make that loading a little better. Header looks a little weird to me still, but yeah. I always forget to... Oh, I don't think this one's making code changes, so I think we're good there. Cool. Not really vibing with the colors there, but overall. Actually, the histogram is kind of cool. So returns after ahead. So go ahead and do this audit, this synthetic data audit plan. Don't make any changes yet. Just tell me what you find. Oh, I think that file, it already did it. Good. Okay. So let me go look. Good. Oh, this is the policy size. Yeah, get rid of all this stuff. Oh. Did you already go through and remove the synthetic data? Or did you just list what you're going to do? You can just check, I guess. Okay, cool. Yeah, I already did it, so. Did you make sure to hit all of the ones in the plan? Let's change the color after. Is this real? So obviously we don't have the date. So if you don't have the time for these, just go ahead and it should be a dash. It looks like in a lot of these it's defaulting to 7 p.m., which we don't want to do. The one time we do need a fallback, it's like, nope. I guess technically it does, just not the right idea. Wait. Are you telling me the forward returns and comparison helpers, they're giving a fallback of some sample data? We again don't want to do that, right? Like if we're not able to answer the question, then we actually don't provide any data. It's should return an error. Like we shouldn't answer a question. We shouldn't give any fallback. So tell me more about how this works. I think one thing that would be cool, I want to develop a plan for this, put it in docs. We're going to make a new folder called upsell ideas. And you're going to create a plan for the idea if someone's clicking on these events that are going to happen, like FOMC, press release, things like this. We're going to have upsell there. And that's going to be like, in order to see all of the results as well as the prior results. That's an upsell. So it's both like how to implement that as well as what is viable from the Fred data. Hey, so dude, how's it going? Okay. Not finding the directory I created, which is a little weird. Oh, I see what happened. With anti-gravity, if you drag in the folder, it doesn't actually copy the project. It just copies a reference to where it is. So it's not actually there. It's kind of weird. Does Fred data provides the historical data too, right? How far back can we go with the historical data? Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, and also hook it up because right now it doesn't show. So update the styling, should be exactly the same as that one. Although don't put Bitcoin as a benchmark, and put it in. Create new components for okay. It's top level. Sunday, dude. It's true. Sunday. Nice. Can you check when do we There's definitely some lag switching in between pages. Let's try to evaluate what's going on there. When I load the page, when I load the page currently, there is a bit of jankiness where it starts loading, and so it's just some use effect weirdness. Go ahead and we want a very smooth loading experience. No, everything's loading in at the same time and things are moving around everywhere. Let's try to come up with a design for this, so don't make the change yet. Oh, thanks, SG707. Appreciate that. Let's do that. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, nice. Yeah, that looks good. That's great. Great. So I found some performance problems. We're gonna try to get rid of these. Maybe we'll fix some of our lag. We don't have much data yet, so it's probably not indexing. If it's once we start to like when we load the page, it's not loading in historical data or anything. Only when we run historical stock market data, just by finance call. Only when we do the research tab and generate the charts. So let's see, it looks like we have 3 separate use effects that are apparently doing similar things. Oh, we have a duplicate one actually. And this is that explains a lot actually, because this is a little bit wacky sometimes. So if we just have duplicates, it could explain why we hit our rate limits we put some rate limits on our endpoints. Okay, so fetch daily insights. Oh, force dynamic. Good idea, thank you. I'll put that in the to-do here. Force dynamic. What do you think of using suspense, React suspense? Okay, 2 questions. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I think I agree with all 3. The only thing is we do need to do a subscription check. We do need to trigger a subscription check if the user did actually upgrade. So only do the first 2 for now. Well, thanks, Most Wanted. Oh, okay. So interesting. SG707 it recommended what you're doing. Suspense plus React query. Let's learn a little bit about this. I don't know too much about this. Take this opportunity. Can you tell me more about this? Why would we use this? What are the benefits and drawbacks? What kinds of websites use this architecture? So it merged 3 separate use effects into 2. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's try. Oh, still lag. Wait, I see it. That was saw a little triangle in the corner. The one time it lagged when I switched. What is that? That's probably something related to Next.js. When it lagged, it showed that little loading triangle thing. Greetings from Spain. Nice on the beach. Wow, that is definitely vibe coding. So I was on the beach. Try to make sure to prefetch the data. Use server component, possible. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just gonna put it in the to-dos. So that's the Next.js route change indicator. Shows in the corner of the page. Gotcha. Gotcha. Something we're loading in research and it's every page, so some sort of this happens when the component is either invoking. Yeah. That's true. We have a lot of things loading in. It seems like this is a really common pattern. When would you not use it? Like, when would I say, hey, this is too overkill for what we're doing? Also, what are some of the alternatives to this approach? I'm doing this mainly to learn because I would like to know a little bit more about how this works. I have a feeling I converted some of your component as use client, making it slower. So now component loads. And loads then fetch versus server component is just one shot. Interesting. Yeah, let's look for the use client usages as well, which I think is related to what the prior thing you said. Use the server component. I will put that here. Thanks for the assistance. When it's overkill, 1 to 3 fetch calls. So we have quite a few more than those. If server renders everything, yes. ABC is React query shines with parallel complex dependencies. This is the pattern that I got used to. Just make a hook and then fetch the things you need. But I guess let's look at what the alternative is here. It does some caching for you and stuff. Next.js have a way to say, hey, when this page generated, cache it for the next hour. Gotcha. Change out. Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. Oh. Interesting. That kind of makes sense, because if you're fetching data, then it can't really render on the server, right? And cache it if you're refetching the data. So then it defaults to the use client. I guess I don't know if my understanding is right here. It's kind of makes sense, I think. So for our code base, we have 10 plus independent fetches, polling, date-based cat. Oh, it's saying what we should. Coordinating loading. Gotcha. And that's exactly what happens, right? When you load the page, boom, 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 boom. I see. SG707. Well, let's try it. See what we can do. And my main goal is just to make this smooth, reasonably fast, and then we'll continue to optimize where we can. So with React Query, we're getting the caching, deduplication, cleaner looks. Once comfortable, flip the switch. Okay, what does a suspense add? So with React Query, if we get all the caching, all this stuff, what is suspense actually adding for us? Hey, Jedon, he's back. Locking in. The React Query gives us all this stuff. And then with suspense, loading state moves from inside components to boundaries. Gotcha. So everything kind of just loads together as opposed to the jankiness. So it's what makes that complicated though? Like, what isn't that a really? So why would you recommend adding suspense later? It doesn't. What is the complexity in adding it? I guess. Basically, your client component throws an exception when there is any async code. Once all async code is completed, the suspense gets a signal to display the component. Gotcha. Makes some sense. Yeah, you know your shit. You know how it works. That's good. Okay, yeah, so what is the concern exactly about adding it? Components don't manage loading anymore, can confuse devs at first. Suspense has a fallback loading attribute where you can display your loading component. Yeah. That's great, man. And thanks for the tips here. It is helpful. So, pages router plus suspense. All right, cool. Let's develop a plan. I think we're going to go this route, create it in a new doc. It's going to be called React Query Suspense Change. That's going to be the directory name. And create the plan for how we do it. Go through the files in this directory. Hey, Droid. How's it going? Droid Jam. While it runs and creates that, we'll do some other things. Cool. The main thing is this. We're going to see if it's completing this portfolio performance section. That'll be probably like right under here and here. Oh, I noticed I removed the chat. Oh, it's down here. Never mind. Do you understand? Can you tell me your understanding of the locked insights card? What would be the flow here? So I noticed this isn't loading, so let's take a look. Why? We did change that. We did change the use effects for this, so we may have broke it. So we'll take a look. Oh, thanks, Droid. Yeah, we're making progress. There's still quite a few things we need to do, but it's definitely way better than it was a few days ago, I think. The styles, at least. Can't really read it, but I will try. Now, this is kind of weird. It should be like you click the AI portfolio insights. The goal is to get the user to sign up for the site. So the button should be like sign up to see AI portfolio insights, something like that. You click it, you sign up, and then it shows the free trial. So that's kind of the flow. Yes, it's true, Sirhan. Yes. So I'll show you guys for the new people that joined. We're redesigning it. We designed it in AI Studio, Google's AI Studio, and we're adding this one now to the site. This one doesn't have any functionality. It's just the UI. Kind of doing our designs here. So this was the thing. I think this was the thing that I think broke the AI portfolio analysis. Unless we have another rate limit thing. So I'll double check. Oh, we have a lot of things. Okay. This could be related to our performance stuff. Yeah, so we have another rate limit. That's why I think the AI stuff doesn't show up. We just increase that a bit. Oh, but there's this error actually, which is different. Hey, SG707, if you're interested, you're still here. This is probably bad, right? I mean, like, that's probably going to cause some performance issues. I'm going to put it over here. Can you attempt to find what's causing this? Hey, thanks, Corey. This is the top level. I'm just going to put the... Because it could be a lot of things, but nose generous. Oh, and do not attempt to fix this. Just talk about it. This kind of thing. These memory leaks. Oh, it does have the actual section. Good. So I can easily find. It could be related, right, to the lag. We will fix it and see if it goes away. And then we'll fix this too. I'll do it here. Can you take a look at why our portfolio analysis fetch failed? Quasar. Put it in our little doc explorer at some point. Okay, so what is the problem? The user toggles between morning and afternoon different section components mount and unmount. Problem is each of these components has async data fetching that continues running after the component unmounts. So it sounds like it's just related to the toggle, this little toggle here switching. So it's not really the main root cause of our problem. It's just a problem. But not probably a huge deal, right? Additional. So it's not really a big deal, right? So it just continues fetching it. I mean, ideally we're not fetching every single time they switch the toggle, I suppose is the idea here, right? Yeah, kind of makes sense. Or just save it. Just fetch once and then... Gotcha. It's inefficiency. Well, we'll clean it up at some point. I guess, can you create a little plan to fix it? Just tell me first. What it's gonna do. Yeah, makes sense. Also, when you build into an app, use straight web view, not Electron. Makes for a nice small app with fewer issues. Interesting. Definitely, there is some hype, right, with Electron. People definitely push it a lot. So I think, isn't that a little bit of a contrarian opinion there? But I like it. Because sometimes that's the case. You know, there's a lot of hype with certain things. People are excited. A little flow diagram. Okay, so the new flow would be the user clicks sign up, complete sign up, card is replaced. Gotcha. So then once they add their holdings, that's when it will be, they try to generate the analysis and it shows the trial, right? That's like the final 6 and 7. Yeah, I left the data fetching to, yeah, makes sense. I don't think we're not passing all the data down as props, right? I thought we're using React context. So, can you clarify what you mean by that? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna commit first before doing anything else. I'm gonna see if this exists yet. So if I go to the afternoon, I don't see it rendered at the moment. Okay. See if that error still appears. Ignore hype and look at what works. I prefer dev apps. That's been an hour debugging memory leaks. Yeah. How horrible React was. I was deving Git IDE. Team ID is Quasar. So no plan now. Public release. Gotcha. Yeah, have a good one, man. Okay, cool. Fix the error with the syntax. That's good. So currently the portfolio performance is not showing on the yeah. Okay, so I guess before it would fetch every single time. Okay, now we have a initial fetch. That seems fine to me. To work. Although we'll have to wait till the let's just fix that, I guess. Increase the rate limit here. Oops. Can we go ahead and increase the rate limit on this portfolio analysis? Just double it, because sometimes we're hitting it. That's cool. Yeah. I love those creative ideas. Those are like the ones that get a lot of attention, but are really simple. It's kind of gives you a little bit of inspiration. It's like, man, if I was just a little more creative, I would have maybe came up with that. No, it's cool. I think I saw that too. Was it the email one? Where you could go through, it's like on Gmail, and you could like go through the emails like you're logged into his account. That's super funny. So now it's 60 per hour. That is actually probably still a little bit too low, but it's fine. Okay, cool. So now it loaded. Tell me why first. Don't make any changes. So we're just going to see why it's not showing. I don't want to make any changes because I want to commit first. I don't want it to break anything. That is the one where he broke out all the pics. And also tag the celebrity. Oh, interesting. Try to do some ideation on that too. We can come up with some fun ideas. I think you start with a what is trending, you know, SpaceX IPO, kind of like what we were doing the other day, going through the interests, and then just figure out some way of displaying the data that's unique. Because really all that is taking data and displaying it in a fun format. It's like an intersection between two, like you display it as a Gmail login and you have this data. Like that's the two things you need to put together. Yeah, same here. There's some data there that's probably fun, but I'm not really sure. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Go ahead and show it. You know, if it's if someone's looking at a past brief, I think it's a particular scenario where it's weekend, they're checking it, and it's showing the Friday one. It's actually, this is a very explicit example here. In that case, we will show the portfolio performance, but we won't show the portfolio performance. Oh no, I'm totally wrong here. Right, that's a good question. I will think about it. I'm going to go eat, but I will be right back, probably 5 minutes or so. So get some coffee. I'll see you guys soon. Oh, we're back. Let's talk about this first, right? Like, the idea is someone wants to probably check their portfolio performance pretty quickly, but also we kind of wanted to have it save what their performance was for each day. So we're a little bit conflicted on what happens when it's weekend. So let's talk about it. It should definitely display something. That I can agree on. Scenario 1, weekend, viewing Fridays. For number 3, it's probably both, right? Hey, look at this little thing here. So right now it looks like this. Okay, for now we'll just display it as the days, the Fridays. So if you come in, you look at it on a weekend, you're going to see your portfolio performance that is not updating, which kind of makes sense because the market's closed anyway. So actually, yeah. All right, so I've decided on the weekend what happens when you go on Saturday. It's going to show Fridays by default. It should show it in that case, but actually it should always show it. Right now we do store it in the database per day, I believe, but double check me on that. And for every day, so if they go back, it's going to show it like it has that today's close text. That's how the user knows that it's like that was the performance as of this day. So let's create a little plan for this, put it in docs. Oh, a SpaceX dominance chart, kind of like a coin market cap as a BTC. Yeah, we could definitely do something like that. The problem is at the very beginning, there's no history. But we could do like zoomed in, you know, like what it is for the day, I suppose. And you know, we can maybe change the today's brief based on the day. Like we can add in some new components, maybe. Maybe like a chart of interest kind of component, where we'll, you know, we have our historical charts currently, but then there'll be another chart that's kind of like, check out this, like how SpaceX IPO is doing or whatever, you know. They can maybe set their interest too. No coffee today, I see. Yeah. I did this morning, but I'm just drinking Diet Coke now. I'll drink coffee probably 2 hours from now. Something like this. Very scheduled. Roughly how long, like how many changes do you think this is going to be to make this happen? Holy crap. 15 to 202,000 lines. Oh, I see. Research. Yeah. Let's start with the app TSX for the changes first. Hey, yay, how's it going? So each terminal kind of depends. However, usually each is a different task. And when I'm done with the current task, I will clear it and change it to another task. So this one, we just changed the rate limiting. This one, we're going to send this after we commit. And this one we fixed an error. Right now I'm running some in the back here as well, but looks like it completed. The reason I'm just reading at the moment is I'm kind of realizing like the AI portfolio insights, it doesn't really change day to day, right? Like every day we generate this, it's sort of the same stuff. So I think we need to consider a little bit how we could vary this or provide value day by day, you know? Instead of just, I mean, we can give you a one-time analysis here. I think one thing is the areas to explore, which is where it gives you a few things could vary day by day. That would be something we could easily do. But as far as this stuff, this will not change, so we'll probably figure out something. I think that makes sense. Let's go ahead and do that. Was this plan just React query, or did you include the suspense as part of it? I'm trying to come up with a plan with AI portfolio insights. One of the things I've realized is like, we need to segment this idea into things that can provide value every day for the user versus like one-time runs, right? Like the user might want a full analysis of their portfolio every day, but the problem with that is it's going to say the same stuff every day if they don't change their positions. Like there's not really much value provided there. But there are segments of this that could be interesting every day, like the areas to explore. So let's try to figure out a plan and just talk about it. Let's start with the design first. Right now, this is just showing on the today's brief section. Let's try to figure out. I definitely think that the more dynamic analysis could be every day, but where would we even put the static analysis?
No chains can
Oh,
hold
cool.
this
It added the.
stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive. I won't obey. Beneath the
One problem is on the pre-market.
beneath the stars.
No one cares about pre-market. Like 0 people are going to want to look back and see that. So I'm not going to do it. I have to restart because we got to install the new thing, new package. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. You put the static analysis on their portfolio page.
A touch of shifty eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light. consumes a light. Does come.
Option B is better. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I was thinking, okay, well, we have an insights section, but I did want to keep the site really simple. I didn't want to make it like a huge collection of tools. So I think I definitely get, because okay, so what are we going to add? We're going to add alerts. We're going to add this, maybe a deep research section. That kind of all makes sense to put in another page. But I'm just trying to think, maybe we could put it in the research page somehow. Like that's the dedicated place you go. Right now it's just like a chat, so I'm not sure. I think for now it kind of makes sense. We have the static portfolio analysis we put in the portfolio page. The one that can work every day we put in today's brief. Maybe we could put the alerts in the preferences. And we just have to tell the user that's where it is. I'm gonna play some different songs, I think. I'm going to clear this one and bring it over. It's the commands. Because we gotta install these two packages. Probably should have committed these two first. I don't think it's changed this file yet. So I'm gonna just go ahead and commit it. Cool. Oh, React Suspense is built into React. Cool. Just the query one. It's probably just some changes. Let's see here. Sometimes you gotta make sure it installs the right version. So we'll check that. Hey, yeah, if you're still here, how's it going? What are you up to? I gotta do a little waiting here. I guess while we wait, we can plug in this error just to see. Curiosity. Do you know what's causing this error? Is it like a versioning thing? Really misunderstanding me. I did not say any of that. Oh, I see. It's because I copied this. I was like, what? So I'm gonna look at this design over here. So it's this, the one that we have, which is the logo is like way over here. So yeah, it is a version mismatch. So React Query v5 requires React 18, but we're on React 17. Any downsides to downgrading to v4? Yeah, apparently I'm on React 17. Is that bad? SG707? Either really outdated, probably really outdated, right? Version. Yeah, we're on React 19. How bad is it using React 17 versus 19? So it's missing out on significant performance improvements, new features, the modern direction of the React ecosystem. React 17 was a stepping stone. So sounds like we maybe want to upgrade. Cool. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of stuff they changed. So yeah. So what would the effort be required? You might be cooked. Well, we're about to find out. How cooked are we? So that's something I guess to always check. So what would the effort be to upgrade to React 19? Thanks for bringing that up. I probably wouldn't have even checked. Oh, good idea. Okay, so every link needs to become that's strict mode in React 18, runs effects twice in dev. Hey, Jose, how's it going? It says a day or two. Well, we will try. How's it going, Mr. Dio? Pretty good. We're gonna do a few things that might be kind of boring. We will see. But we will learn. I need to always check these things. So, let's say I upgrade Next.js. I probably need to change in the package JSON the both Next.js and the React version, right? What's first of all, what am I okay, before we continue, what am I missing out with my current Next.js version? Let's we're going to build a list of the things I'm missing out in both React 17 and my Next.js version. Yeah, I just trolled you. It's true. This is one of the... And you know what's bad about it? I know that this happens, but I didn't check. Like, I've seen this happen quite a few times, that it chooses really old versions. But in this case, I did not check, so it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta learn by the whip. So in this case, I will note that in the future. Not to always check this, the versioning. Hopefully greater than 13, then you might have a chance. I am on Next.js 12. So what did I miss out on? Concurrent rendering. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas. What am I missing out on Next.js 12? Wow. Wait, I don't even have a server component. No. When did Next.js 12 come out? Holy crap. We will see the effort. Where do you host your servers? Usually on Vercel. Sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. Yes, it's true. It's true. Get it done. Just take a little time. We got time, so. Damn. Holy crap. All right, we're going to develop a plan. We're going to put it in docs. It's going to be Next.js and React upgrade. And make that a directory and create a plan called implementation plan. Basically, every file is going to be touched by this. And you're going to give us a high level of what we're going to have to do. You're going to break this plan out into steps. So each step is going to be another group of files. And you're going to analyze those files and say, what's deprecated, and make sure to, in Next.js 12, you're going to need to say, you're going to have to map Next.js 12 to, where you can get the most recent stable version. It'll be a good test whether or not this will succeed in trying to do this. Latest stable version, we will do 16.1. This is like brain and heart transplant at the same time. It can't be in steps. It's all or nothing. Leap perfect. I mean, you have a good point, right? Like, if we do it in phases, we have to go through the whole thing. The reason why I'm going to do this way, though, is I'm going to first make the changes on one phase, and then I'll try to validate with another one while it runs the next phase, the last phase, and we'll see. I'm going to run it one step at a time, in other words, so that way we can catch problems as we go instead of waiting for the whole thing. But we won't be able to run it in the meantime, right? And we're going to start with maybe just the landing page. Hey, phase 1 is the landing page. Phase 2 is this page. Gotta go hit legs. Nice. Do Next.js 16.1 and map the React version. (17) to latest stable is 19.2.3. Might be better just ask AI, hey, here's a repo with old Next.js, create a new. You might be right, actually. You might be right. Wait, we could maybe run 2 at the same time. One is trying to do this refactor. One is creating this new, our new front-end directory. And we're going to see which one succeeds. Maybe both will succeed with the least amount of errors. So I'm gonna do the plan for this one, and then what I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna clear this. Take a look at this directory. Run it. It is using an extremely outdated JS. We don't need to use modifiers. Just it is an outdated project. Next.js project. Our goal is to migrate this to, we're going to keep all the same, like I said, to the most recent stable version. And we'll specify of Next.js React. I'll just put their Next.js version. It'll probably, actually I'll put both. So this one I'm just gonna let run. I'm not even going to make it generate plan. Maybe I should. Going to be Next.js React upgrade. Make that directory. But with this, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to discard the most recent React query and suspense stuff, because we'll do that after we upgrade. I'm just going to discard that for now. That way we'll know what's working and what's not. Yeah, make sure the page loads, I suppose. Oh, thanks, the Keno. Appreciate you. Road to 10K. Let's do it. That sounds fun. I'm going to restart server. Oh. There we go. Let's see. Must have been something I must have accidentally committed a change. So before I send these, I'll clear this. Getting this error on I think what I'm going to do is next, when you start a project, use, yeah. What I'm going to do is, oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. To kind of get all the defaults. Right now, we're not using any sort of database schema stuff. So I copy this. What do you call it? Prismatic cracker. I'm going to delete the cache because we installed a new thing, but then we got rid of it. I'm going to install. Just making sure before we send this error that it is not anything weird, but I think it's not. Oh, it actually was something weird. Good. So there's nothing to fix. I'm glad I did that. Some caching thing. Okay, so now we will run this, but first Yeah, no front-end changes. These are all other stuff. Granted, it's going to be a little bit confusing, so I'm just going to go ahead and I want to have to deal with these while I'm doing all these changes. I'll just create a new branch. Some pro decorator decorator auth. Cool. Right now we're just going to create the plan, read the plan, and see what we think. I'm going to read a little bit more about what we were missing out. There's probably a lot of things. Then we're going to ask it roughly, try to figure out the probability that we can do this within the next hour or two. Did I accidentally discard? Must be missing something. Interesting. I must have accidentally discarded something to hook this up. Oh well. We'll fix it later. Actually, let's fix it now before we do all of our huge changes. Sure, you want to say AI portfolio insights. Use the AI example, not simply portfolio insights. Maybe users care not how the data is derived. If anything, AI is not favorable as a source. It is a fair point. I do notice all the other things that we compared, like all the other sites that we compared to, they used for their kind of upsell page, they're using this term, right? They're saying, analyze your portfolio with AI and things like this. Now, whether we should do it, I'm not sure. There is something, though, that is a benefit. We make it clear to the user that it is AI generated. we do give them this disclaimer that, hey, this site, when they log in, they're like, hey, some of the stuff is AI generated, it might be false. It does maybe help the user know that this is maybe where that disclaimer would apply, I guess. If in the scenario the AI does say something that is wacky, but it's probabilistic something, it says something that is not true. So I think it's like a few things. It's that, but also, yeah, you're right. I'm not really sure. Depends on the person. For example, for me, I think me seeing this, I would just have to see what it says for myself, right? Like some analysis is going to be really bad, but some of it might be kind of interesting. Like when I go through these, it's like, okay, cool. I read this, I'm like, okay, that's not bad, I guess. Good to know. I think I will probably keep it for the reason that it makes it very transparent what it is. If we say portfolio insights, it's like, what is that? Someone write this for me? I don't really want to give them that vibe, I guess. Not saying I know this, just that I'm not sure. Yeah, being very light in terms of mentioning the outputs are AI produced. Oh, it's sort of obvious. Yeah, it's exactly like, but it's obvious to us. Whether it's obvious to other people, not sure. So I'm gonna fix this little bug here first before we embark on this huge task. I think I'm losing my voice a little bit. Yeah. So we're getting this error when we switch to morning, and currently we don't see the portfolio performance in the afternoon anymore. I think I maybe accidentally deleted one of the hookups for this commit hash. You're almost running out of your 100% usage. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Forced break. Take a shower or something. Get some food. Yeah, it needs to run it in the... Okay, it did. What is the probability we'll succeed at this, you think, within the next hour or two? Just curious. Hey, Mr. Organic, how's it going? Smooth sailing. Okay, it's giving us 50-50 odds of a few snags in 3 to 4 hours. Take it as a challenge. So 30 to 40% we complete this cleanly in the next 1 to 2 hours. Next INTL. What is this? What is this? Let me look it up. I don't really care. I think we didn't even implement this actually. We can always, I think we added it and did like a small thing. We can do it after. Yeah, see you, man. On the top. Okay, let's see if it fixed it. Oh, I actually saw it for a moment, then it disappeared. So something with rendering. All right, it's on the morning, so you don't have to have a portfolio here. You don't need to put this title, and right now it's showing on the morning, but not the afternoon page. Yeah, I see it appears and then it disappears. So I'll just clarify that because that helps a little bit. I noticed it appears and then disappears, so something to do with like the rendering, something. Who knows? Can you explain why is it a more stable path? Is what percent of projects are on Next.js 14 versus due to the fact I'm eating, typing with one tip of your finger? Projects are you working on? It's like a financial newsletter. You can do like research and track your portfolio, and it'll like give you newsletters specific to your portfolio and like things you care about. Is the idea. It's very customizable. It gives you lots of charts and stats. That's the idea. And you can always go back and look at prior ones. JS first. Let's see the version 15, right? Yeah, 15.1. Oh, cool. It's showing. However, it removed important part. Oh, it's right here. This might be kind of annoying for people. Right now we force it to be here, so I don't know. When the top comes in, I have great plans for the ballroom, and you're super young. You impress. With mahogany and marble floor. Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking too. I put this under this. Can you move the AI portfolio insights to be number 4 instead of, I think it's number 3 right now. Just one more down for the afternoon. How's it going? Reason for vibe coding? What plans do you have for Pro, Ultra, Max? I have the Cloud Code Max one, and it's very good, but it's just a little expensive. But it's the cheapest option for the level that we are doing, in my opinion. Well, I shouldn't say the cheapest, but for the models that we want to use, it's probably the cheapest. Because we'll hit the rate limits, and we would have to take a break at times. what are you using for vibe coding? I'm mostly using Collab Code, and sometimes we've recently been using AI Studio for design, and I think this is a good approach. You like iterate on here. This one doesn't have any like functionality or anything, and then you have the code and everything, and then you bring it to your real project and update all the stuff. This is what has enabled us to make it look better. Alternatively, you could try using the design in Anti-Gravity to do that, which is the same model, Gemini 3 Pro. But for us, at least for me, Gemini Anti-Gravity is kind of slow. So that's why I prefer AI Studio. Okay, so, oh, I see, okay. So we're not gonna upgrade there, let's see. Oh, I see, this is literally 2 weeks ago. Okay, yeah, so I agree, let's do this, these two. We're gonna upgrade to this. Great. Let's do, I guess if SG707, if you're still here, it looks like you are. What do you recommend? I'm thinking we're gonna do next, it sounds like this has a lot more maturity. React 18 next 14. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I just do that for now. Who knows? Maybe it'd even help to do it in batches like this. We're probably going to do this option. Please upgrade the plan. Yep. See ya. Suppose the max plan gives you the same thing. Same thing as being at all you can eat. You try to get the same serious value, and even if it means you're being unreasonable. It's deep. Please change the plan. We're going to do this instead. So we should just make sure we're not doing the same thing twice. Let me regenerate the Should have given me a pop-up. It's a regen, so curious. Oh, looks like I already jumped into the changes. Oh, maybe not actually. I'm gonna restart the backend. Oh no, it's here actually. Oh yeah, it already did start upgrading things. Oh well. What are we missing out by doing this and not jumping to 19? Hey Ethan, how's it going? Just some small stuff. We got the inflation calculator, but nothing recently. We're working on this one project. How much benefit would we get out of performance for our particular app by upgrading here? Also, when did Next.js 15 come out? Verse 15. This is slow. Sorry, guys. Same level of focus. I wish I had. Oh. Let me think. I drink a lot of coffee. That helps a lot for me. Otherwise, yeah, I have a hard time focusing. Like you'll notice I go every like 2 or 3 hours. So I gotta get that caffeine, man. I'm addicted. I do think streaming helps to some extent because you can't really screw around if people are watching. So, like, if I'm doing this by myself, I probably would be essentially on my phone while this is running. There's definitely some element of that, I think. Kind of forced to be focused. Oh, I see. Next.js 14 reached end of life in October 2025. So I'm upgrading to a version that's already end of life. Okay. Well, maybe I should not do that then. So I'm interrupting this because I don't want to do that. We're going to do it right. But it might take a while, so it might be a little boring, guys. Maybe while it's doing that, we can do some more like market research. It's going to take a while to... So what we're doing, if you guys are wondering, we originally chose a very outdated Next.js and React version, and we did not notice. And someone in chat noticed. It was SG707. He's like, pointed that out to me. And we want to upgrade because we want to take advantage of all the newer stuff. This is like 5 years old. So it's something you should be wary of. Sometimes AI chooses really old packages. It is what it is. It will take a while to update because there's a lot of things you have to change. But we will get it. It's something to learn. You should always check the versions, especially for the important stuff. Yeah. And it does that a lot, right? Like, this is not the first time I've been surprised by the version that it shows. So usually you get an error. Like, if you upgrade, you get, okay, version mismatch, whatever, right? But you should always double check for the important stuff. So don't be me in this case, because we're gonna pay for it. It's gonna take time. So we're gonna do this right. Let's do Next.js 15 and React 18. What's the newest? I think we already decided. Interesting watching someone else building stuff. Yes. Ban it. Yeah, just 15. Okay. And React. Use React 18. So what we're doing in these two windows, this window, we're doing two different versions. This window is going to try upgrading our current project. We created a plan for that. And this version is going to try take our front-end project and rewrite it. We're just going to run a little experiment to see, given these two upgrades, which could potentially work with less bugs. And while it does that, I'm going to look at other, we're going to build our docs, our market research docs. It's actually not here. We're making a best beat synced FX app for music videos as we speak. Hey, the Pope, we were actually working on a similar project. what library are you using? We used Meta for this thing. We did like a music analysis where we'd get. It actually was a little challenging, I think, to really, because I don't think we've really fully solved it yet, as far as like, because every type of music is different, and we were using that library to try to extract out like the beats that it would like do things with, and it would work with some types of music when we tuned it. Then when we changed the music, it would kind of look off a bit. So it was a little bit tough. But maybe we should have tried other libraries. I kind of want to maybe go back to that project. That's cool. We're working on the same thing. Actually, I'm going to go back and just do this. So the next step that we're trying to figure out is, well, the first thing we're going to do is update our doc. So take a look at this document. In this doc, we're going to have our decisions. It's like our final decisions on what we're doing for the first iteration. I think what we've decided on thus far is the features. I mean, the things that we're selling. Like we're pretty solid on like what we're selling. We have this list of things. So go ahead and you're going to copy the elements of the packages and put them in that category. Now make a new section. The new section is going to be like what we haven't fully decided. And number one is the pricing. Number two is how long the trial is going to be. Also add in decisions that we've decided we're going to do a trial, and credits. So we're going to have a credit-based system, and this, in order to use certain features, you're going to have to sign up for the trial. Okay, now go back to the other section. The other section is like what we're still deciding. We haven't decided how long the trial is going to be. We're thinking 3 or 7 days. I think the pricing, it's kind of like something in between. We're not really totally sure. We're priced relative to the competitors as a premium product. 2 to 3 times more expensive, supposedly. We have to figure out whether we can, how we can justify this. So take a look at this doc as well. Sure, you mainly focus on ready videos. They need effects on them. Think Final Touch, effects automation, use Librosa. The others extract energy and beats. Oh yeah, that's cool. Automation, that's cool, that's cool. So there should be like a section within the not decided for pricing. And we're gonna take a look at this doc. It's not that one. That's this one. Yeah, okay. implement this plan in front end updates to directory. Code mod. What is that? So these ones we're just going to let run. We're going to run a little experiment at the end to see which one is closer to what we're trying to do. Okay, so we're going to read this. Should have a full screen option. I don't think I do anymore. Yeah, it looks roughly right. Yes, okay. Okay, not much substance here. We made this doc and we listed out some of the differences between them. I want you to list out the features we have and the features you see in these docs. And our goal is to figure out I think a good proxy for what we can price as is just how much value you provide, right? So you can say, hey, we're going to rank the features provided for each service by this file. When you think about value provided, it's like, I think you can have a proxy for value provided based on how many hours, how many minutes or hours, just some time unit that someone's using something, right? That's kind of the idea. No, that's not quite right. I don't really know. Maybe more like how often they check. Hmm. No, the value is just how much users are willing to pay. Is how much the users are willing to pay. We're going to make an assumption that the current competitors have priced it somewhat efficiently. So they figure that this is the max amount that they could charge based on the features they provide. So we can use that as a proxy for the value of the features they provide, right? So what you're going to do is find the intersection of the features that we provide and the features our competitors provide, and then we assume that they're pricing efficiently to try to come up with the price that would make sense. And then we can read this. Put this section at the bottom of this doc, just kind of as a ideation thing, I think, and then we'll do more research. Wait, did you already finish this? So you upgraded the whole project already to Next.js 15? I mean, that just looks like the plan, right? Wait, what? I'm confused. So what, wasn't this supposed to be a big change, 12 to 15? 12 is really, really old. Okay, for apps, folks, always go to the least possible for the app and try to make an app's sales themselves. Oh, let me read that again. Apps, folks, always go to the least possible for the app itself. I guess this isn't a mobile app, right? So I guess I think maybe you're just making an extra comment, right, for people who are making mobile app, because that's true. I feel like whenever I ask these types of questions, AI always just like glazes. They're like, "Hey, what you made is so nice. Here's what it's worth." It's like, I don't know about that. It seems a little bit suspicious. So supposedly, it's saying our feature justified range is 30 to 50 per month for the basic, 45 to 70 for the pro, and 80 to, I mean, I would love if that's true, but why? Okay, and the problem with this, right, chart is like, where'd it go? Oh. Just depressing. Problem with this is it doesn't say what they have that we don't have. Right? I'm sure there's plenty that they have. So. Not super good. The problem with what you've built here is like you need to put all the things that they have that we don't have, right? So right now you just put what we have and they don't have, but it should have both sides. Oh. Very good news, guys. This upgrade was really easy because I guess we kind of got lucky a little bit. We're not using old stuff. That means we can continue working. Oh, great. So if we would have used app router, if we would have used this get server side props, middleware with edge runtime, complex use effect patterns. Oh, cool. So I'm going to cancel this one. I think before I cancel it, though, I'm going to try it out. So we're going to need to restart the server. Let's try it out. Hey Savage, how's it going? Are you doing that upgrade? I was saying to myself, this is how my rollback started. Yay! It actually loaded, but I'm gonna make sure it actually did do the things it says it did. Hey Savage, we're working on this project. We had to do supposedly a huge upgrade. I mean, clearly this is what? Oh, this is this experiment, so that we don't really care about that. Just this stuff here. So what did we do? We upgraded our Next.js from 12 to 15, from 17 to 18, React version. Great TypeScript. Yeah, commit now for sure, definitely. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna navigate around, make sure everything works, but it sounds like pretty good. All right, nice. I'm happy. We can focus on building. It's more fun. I'm gonna probably just delete all this stuff here. Kind of wasted effort. I want to make sure I'm not discarding anything. Yeah. Thanks, Savage. The real test is to see if it deploys too. So I'm gonna commit this and watch see Vercel too. See, then I think we're good. All right, I'm gonna test this page, but looks like it just added that link or something. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm glad I tested this. So we got this error on this page, this ticker page. Before I begin, though, I will commit. So updates, creating Next.js. Yeah. You're right, Akrita. Depends which ones you tried, but yeah, a good portion of them are not finished. So for example, Tidefall, the UI is kind of weird and it's not finished. It's just a game that's I want to work on. So yeah, That's why I call them projects. It's like what we're working on. I'm not saying these are like businesses or something, but they're not. They'll be a business when they are complete and they make something. Okay, so dates. I'm just gonna commit that and send this. I think we're good. Yeah, I agree, Gremlin. The other ones are sort of like, I was kind of working on a lot of those things for fun, so it wasn't like super. The game I was kind of serious about, but then I realized how long this is taking. I like worked on it for a month. I was like, oh, like this is gonna take years based on what we've done. So at the end of that month, I was like, oh shit. And then I started working on other things. Okay, let's see if it fixed that. Nice. Looks pretty good. What? That's kind of cool. Problem with the, when I started this, like this first few days, I was like, I'm gonna work on the job thing. I think that has the most promise. It's just really damn hard to auto apply. Like if you wanted to go on like Workday and stuff, they just have so many things. Like you have to create an account to apply, which means that you have to like be creating an account for a user, and then you have to validate the email. So I have to go into the email, click the link, and I guess I would just have one email, but that would make it really easy for Workday to classify as spam, right? If I'm just making a ton of accounts, doing a ton of applications for a ton of different users with the same email. I feel like that's not going to work. Like, it doesn't seem scalable. Like, eventually they'll just be like, all right, and then do I just create a bunch of different emails? It's like, okay. Well, at some point, it's like, I'm going to have to find, and there are websites that it's a little bit easier to do it. I remember we found one. So that's probably what the direction would be if I go back to the project, is like find websites where it's easy to do this auto application script where you just kind of like automate it. And there's not really a lot of like captchas and all this stuff, but yeah. I think it's definitely very useful. It's just you're kind of in this battle between, because they don't want you to do that, right? The website itself. What are you thinking, Gremlin, about it? Like, are you kind of thinking a similar thing? Use a QR code on the page that forces the user to enter their email, only to get provisional access. So they land on site, see QR code. What is that? Is that for Workday or something? Do they have like a QR code login or something? Cool. So now we can get back to working on new features and stuff. I kind of wanted there to be maybe a chart of the day that's not like this historical things. Well, let's fix this first with the double labels. Debating which one to remove. Do I remove this or this? I kind of like how this looks. I have the chart. Nah, but I think first we'll make excuse me, we'll make this this title the same style as this one, and then just make it bigger, or like more spaced out or something. Not really sure. I'm going to go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So the idea for Java application app, user pays a small sub, lands them a job. Well, yeah, that's a pretty good guarantee. You're like, hey, pay, we will not, you get like guaranteed refund if you don't get a job. That's kind of a cool idea. It scours the internet mapping a job route for them. That's kind of cool. B2B angle, agency set, account, muscles, and on recursion for play. Oh, okay. Kind of like, in a way, you're kind of like a recruiter then, right? Like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. There's a little bit of a conflict, right? It's like, you want to get, I wonder if you could filter the job applicants, because you want to get good applicants for the B2B, but you also want to fulfill the user's request of getting a job. So you have to find like the best candidates. Auth are using a tax evader, working on using Cloud Code and Opus 4x5. Gotta drink my bean water. Be a little comfortable. Okay, so we're gonna implement one of our plans we created. Oh, it made these new charts. Let's read. Okay, so what do we have? What are our features? Okay, I think it captured pretty much everything. Missing a few things, but it's okay. There's some gaps. We don't have a stock screener. You can talk with the AI maybe on that research page. We could add the ETF holdings breakdown. So the reason we're doing this is to try to come up with the right pricing. We know for each of these how much users are paying, and we know what they offer. So maybe we can come up with like an approximate value for each feature, and then we can come up with like a more quantitative guess, I guess. It's one strategy maybe. Closest comparable bundles. Koifin. Oh, I like this. Okay, sum of implied values for features with bundling discount. Okay, let's see. It seems really high to me. Tax reports. Yeah, that makes sense. None of them would provide tax reports. It's a lot of liability. Oh, didn't finish updating the doc. There's more to read. So it says the current pricing is actually appropriate because Prism isn't a superset of competitors, it's a different value prop. Users are trading traditional features, screeners, dividends, valuation, for AI native features. Premium pricing will only work if you either add the missing features or prove your target users value AI features 2x more than traditional ones. Okay, I'm trying to learn here. Like, what is the more traditional method of figuring out how to price things? Like, right now I'm sort of looking at it myself, trying to think about it, but is there a more studied process of how to come up with the prices? What would be the general strategy? Oh yeah, exactly. Revenue would be your policy. Yeah, that's very true. Dude, like you mess up one person's taxes, they're coming after you. There's probably a lot of regulations too about like who is allowed to give that kind of recommendation. There's a reason why Intuit just like I mean they're killing it, you know. So this is one strategy. Okay, cost plus pricing. Calculate your costs, add a margin. That's probably the simplest one. You say, hey, we know this is going to cost 10 cents a user. And we need a certain conversion rate, which we kind of calculated, sort of guesstimated using this process. Which put us, I think, at a comfortable 50 to 60% margin or something. Which is not super high, but that's with some conservative estimations where we say 1% conversion rate, which apparently it's higher. We would have to see. I'm not sure if it'll be that, what it will be. I think the trial will help. Yeah. Definitely, you're right. 80% is right on. That's like 100%. That's true. So we can really get our costs extremely low. So this kind of idea of like add 50% is a little bit hard to use this strategy to know for sure what we could price, because we want to price as high as we can. We don't want to underprice, like you've said, Gremlin 2. I think that's very true. Competitive pricing. Price relative to competitors based on, that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're saying, hey, these features all exist over here. They have some, we don't. We have some, they don't. But the difficult part about that is figuring out how much each feature is worth to the user. I feel like you can only know that by either talking to users or watching them use your thing. Ideally, if we could find a competitor that only does one thing, then we can isolate exactly maybe how much people would pay for one of the features. But they're all bundled features. So it gets hard to understand how much each is worth. Value-based pricing. Price based on the economic value you create for the customer. Oh, that's exactly what you're talking about, Gremlin, with the job thing, right? If you say, if we get you the job, we charge you, then you can pretty clearly say, okay, we've created this amount of value based on the salary, and you can justify some pretty high numbers. We are an investing app. So, in theory, if you believe, based on their insights, they're making money, I guess. And the insights they see on this, then you could try to come up with something there. But that's so hard to figure out. you'd have to do some testing yourself. Run little paper trading things. But I'm not even sure that that's our goal. It's more like kind of a mix of entertainment and information. Prism helps someone to avoid one bad trade a year. 500 saved. However, this can go the opposite direction. If you provide bad information, you provide charts that actually make people do the opposite of what they should. This is the selling point, I guess. Like, this is how you sell it, but there's also the aspect of, like, what is the reality of what you're doing? There's also the point that anyone trading and shy of $50 a month needs to sell up and move on to some other thing. I think what you're saying is, yeah, like they're gonna move on to maybe some other more advanced product or something, you mean? Like once they have the money. I mean, there's a reason why all these other newsletters price what they are. You know, they're not really pricing, it's not really a lot pricing more than $100 a month. So I think there are some that provide data, but that's their whole thing, is they provide data. We don't really have a lot of data to be able to price that. Van Westendorp, price sensitivity meter. Survey users with 4 questions. At what price is this too expensive to consider? What price is this a bargain? Okay. Don't know who I'd do that with. Maybe you guys, people that join. Just bombard them with questions. Willingness to pay interviews. Yeah, it's true. Very true, very true. We could do some A/B testing, maybe, once we really get going. Yeah, why not? I'm actually down to do that. That's going to be the most... This is how we're actually going to get the numbers, you know what I mean? Like, how will we know we're making the right decision? We do this. I'm not really sure how we can get more for sure about the prices we're setting. Kind of just feels like a guess. Unless we do surveys, unless we do like A/B testing, we're just sort of guessing based on what we see. And we're like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but like, I don't really know how else we could drill it down more than that. But I'm gonna put in the doc A/B testing because maybe we implement that. It wouldn't be super, and we build a little dashboard for ourselves. There's probably some open source thing somewhere. Oh, ethically tricky? Oh, that is true. It is. I didn't even think about it. I suppose maybe a little bit. Yeah, if you're charging more expensive for some people and not for others. Okay, actually a good point. Yeah, that's true. That's actually a good point. Okay, maybe we can't. Is there any other way we can do this? I was kind of happy with this. I mean, we could do a thing where we show the users different prices, but then when they actually go to pay, that's dumb. If they click in, we count that as a conversion or whatever that they were going to pay. Yeah. Might be just one of those things, you know? Oh, wait, I just realized with this, can't you frame it as a discount? Can't you be like, hey, your test, you're running a discount, right? Then it's not really ethically dubious, right? Say, hey, it was $50 a month, now it's 30 for 2 weeks, then we go back to 50. And you run little experiments like that. Conjoint analysis. Statistical survey where users rank features bundled at different prices, so another survey. If you 10 to 15 target users, I could try, I guess. Other than product. Why is this psychological pricing? Oh, that's true. We can just look at the conversion rate too. We know the industry standards, right? So if it's too low, then you know it's maybe the pricing. That kind of makes sense too. So that's 2 ideas. That makes sense to me. So competitor-based pricing, what we did is a floor, not a ceiling. Value-based pricing is asks, what is this worth to the specific person who needs it? Can you explain why is this psychological pricing? Let's talk a little bit about this idea of pricing. I know one of the concepts about anchoring, like you set one price too high so the others look cheap, but what are some other concepts in this similar realm? I don't know if it was called anchoring or not, but something like this. Anchoring, I think, is isn't that when you show them a? No, I don't remember. We'll see. Maybe it is. Okay. Okay, that was right. It's anchoring. Okay. So decoy is make basic feel constrained so pro feels like the smart choice. Ah, that kind of makes sense. Center stage, put pro in the middle. Yep, I see that very often. That's actually what we're doing. Round versus 99 cents. Use 99 cents of value focused, round numbers at premium. Interesting. Arbitrary coherence, don't launch at $15. Oh, right. Interesting. That's what you said, Gremlin. How do we know if we're a value product or a premium product? How do we decide what makes sense? It's kind of hard for me to know. Like, I'm offering a service, but what makes it value versus premium? I guess it's just like how you compare to competitors, right? What if you're right in line? What are you? Look at what ticker does. Ticker, I think, is... So I'm gonna log in. So this is ticker. So let's see if I click upgrade. This is theirs. They actually chose to do 95 instead of 99. Might be because 99 is kind of like cliche a little bit or something. I don't know. Yeah, let's definitely put this money back thing like that. See, we're doing the export to Excel too. We could offer transcripts, I suppose. When they click into the stock, they can go into the transcripts section. We don't have a way to look up the stock, but we can add that. Okay, so let me think. What do they have? They have a screener. I mean, they have good data, right? You can go through and really see. But you can only see three years of data for free. Dark mode. Dark mode is a premium feature, supposedly. $18. Okay, value propositioning, same thing, less money. Gotcha. Better thing, worth your money. Seems like we're more in the second. Trying to be the second anyway. Okay, focus, narrow market. Right. If your product is, you feel like you're competing on the features, like you feel like you're offering a unique package, then it's maybe more premium. Whereas if you feel like you're offering a cheaper good, then that's when you're doing the value stuff. Like that's where you feel like the value is. So again, we're over here, trying to be over here. Design UX, functional, good enough, polished, delightful. We're trying to be over here. Responsive, we're trying to be over here. So if anyone's wondering, right now we're trying to figure out what to price, how we should, and whether we should do the premium pricing or the value pricing. I'm leaning towards the premium, but I think we do need to spend a little time fixing some of the bugs with charts again, but not today. We'll do it tomorrow. But I think once we get that ironed out, then it makes sense. That was kind of hard to build. So. And I don't know, I don't see any others that have these kinds of things. That's a good point, Gremlin, too. Like, how much research are these people doing? They are not comparing every single product if it's good enough and within a reasonable price range. So if you're a specialist premium, right? So you're saying, has this been psychologically studied that the round numbers are better? And if so, why? I guess it's like for example, does Apple, are they doing round numbers for their products? I don't think so. I actually don't know anyone that does round numbers for their products. Okay, so we have a bunch of plans that we didn't implement yet, so I can maybe run a few of those while we're doing research. Go find them. What the heck? Accidentally put a bunch of stuff here. What's all this? I'm picking which one to do. Can't really find the one that I want to do, so I'm gonna go find it. Oh, here it is. It is a little confusing because we have 3 different doc folders, so I think I'm going to go ahead and merge these because it's kind of annoying to find where the things are. So I'm going to put this folder. And then we're going to Okay, much better. Now I can just navigate here. It's just gonna be a lot easier. Okay. Perfect, so it's this one. Yeah, and I guess if you're a premium product too, they're not comparison shoppers, right? Usually. So let me look at this real quick. So Apple's actual pricing, yeah, they use the 99 thing. So we're not a Louis Vuitton. So why would we do this price versus our prices, right? Like what makes this better than the ones that we set? Yeah, I think keep ours, right? I think I agree. This seems cheaper. Do you know that the 99 pricing was introduced when the cash register was invented? So stop that. To give any change. Interesting. Huh. The more you know. I definitely thought it would have been psychological. That's very surprising. Like they figured they maybe did like some research and were like, people buy more when they put it at 99. That's what I definitely would have thought is the reason. It's crazy. Maybe that was later. They figured that, oh, this actually coincidentally makes people buy more. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'll keep our current pricing. It kind of just looks right to me, so I'm just going based on how I feel. Because I don't really know how else to have the data to be able to say whether it should be more. Okay, I also wanted to ask one question though. What's the psychology of doing a 95 versus 99? We saw some sites that do 99 and 95. 80s, I think, they knew jack shit about consumer pricing psychology. Interesting. It's probably just like a coincidence. Ended up. So Costco does 97. 97 means clearance, 99 means regular. The research on 95 versus 99 is thin. Okay, so 99 most common, almost invisible, people expect it. 95 slightly unusual, feels less calculated. 97, oh, it stands out, sometimes used in direct response marketing. 0 is premium, confident, no games. Yeah, 95 feels marginally more genuine. There could be something about that, maybe. 99 is kind of a marketing thing, it feels like. It's those infomercials, you know? To get $9.99. That voice. This matters more in physical retail. Yeah. Yeah, does it actually matter? Probably not. Probably true. I kind of like the look of this. Like, to me, this looks a little sleeker. You know what I mean? Like, just no pennies and stuff. Why do I like the look of this? Is it sort of like that one feels like the most, like, I guess, genuine or whatever. I don't know. So I'm probably gonna do that. No pennies. It's just gonna glaze what I just said. I know, but I've kind of already decided, and so I'm gonna read. It's telling me that I'm right. So your characters, less noise. The modern SaaS aesthetic. Sounds pretty good. 19 a month, sure. All right, we're doing this for now. All right, go ahead, change the doc. We're gonna do that. This is what we're doing next. Today's brief will be public, so people can easily share things. And the other pages will be locked behind the login. Yeah, that makes some sense. So when the user clicks this, they're going to go through the signup flow, and then probably at the end of the signup flow, it brings them to it directs them, says, hey, you need to put in your holdings first or something before we can do the AI analysis. So the user clicks research, login. After sign in, right, this is the AIs. Okay, so you clicked. Go to add holdings. Navigate to the portfolio page. So actually, yeah, that makes sense. We have to block that portfolio page because you can't really put in holdings or anything. Oh, we could just store it locally, actually. if we want to, they could use the portfolio page just to try it out and if they want to sign up. I think I'm going to keep it signed in, just makes it easier. This isn't right? Wait, should it be portfolio then research rather than research then portfolio? I kind of like portfolio then research for some reason. It's kind of like ordered by the things you would do, right? Because you would first check the news and all the things, then you look at your portfolio for more detail, and then you go to the research. It's kind of like nice sequence. Most of the stuff is just UI changes. Hey, Jared, how's it going? Hey, so go ahead and implement this plan. Trying to find it here. Don't see it. I got to type in the whole thing. Too many implementation plans. There we go. The hell? Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Update dock locations. The dev tools we're using Cloud Code, Opus 4.5. I have the Cloud Code Max plan. New user. We got some other stuff. So this is one plan that we're working on this one right now. So this page will be public. Yeah, this is Cloud Code. Cloud Code. For design, we use Google's AI Studio. So that's kind of how we got our design for this. And then we plugged it in each thing. But for the coding, we're using Cloud Code. It's not an IDE, it's a terminal. They're just windows. I guess that's probably the confusing part. You're like, what is this? Is this like a application? These are just windows. So I just have terminal windows. And then I have this is Safari. So it's not an IDE. I know it could maybe look like one because it's like always in the same positions. But anyways. Okay. So, sure. I'm trying to find, what we should do, we should have a folder for not implemented yet plans, and then we move it. Because the problem is when we create plans and then we forget that we have them. We have to go through every plan to find it. All right, this one right here. Good. So we're going to add React query and suspense in order to clean up our loading. Right now, if you guys see, when it loads, it's like, now it's broken because it's coding over here. But when it loads, it's like spazzing everywhere. And so we're gonna add React query to try to speed things up a little bit. Caching and stuff, and then the suspense will help with the smooth loading. Talking about for the interface shown for localhost behind your Prism window. Oh, maybe you're talking about anti-gravity? It's not behind my window though. This here. We have it open sometimes. That's just when I'm looking at the code, and sometimes we used to run things there, but not so much these days. And my Prism window. Oh, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about this right here. This is NeoVim. I kind of use this. It's kind of nice. It's very customizable. You can. There's a high learning curve. It's a lot of fun. You can get really good at it, and just be jumping around everywhere, and brag to your friends. Look how fast I can do everything. I am not super good at this, but I really like it. I'll get better as time goes on with all the hotkeys. I mostly use it for docs at the moment, though. And I made it so it opens with a hotkey, so that way I don't have to constantly open a terminal, and that way we have always our docs open. So you can do that with iTerm. iTerm 2, you can set a hotkey for a window. That's what we do for that. So that's not the default terminal. Zed editor for life. Yeah, it seems like some people like Zed. I used it for a little bit. I think it's okay. I just like it. I just like my setup because I can easily jump between everything. I don't need to click too much. Just gotta press a few hotkeys and click around a little bit. Okay, let's read this first before we continue, because it's probably gonna break a few things for a little bit. So I don't really understand how this works, really. It's like, okay. I think it's like, basically, if it can't load, it has a fallback or something. I guess that's like the error component or something. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Because I think it does some caching and stuff too. Oops. Sorry if you guys are chatting. I should make this not full screen. I can see. Where is it? 8, 5. Back. Doing some weird stuff. I think it's because I made it full screen. Bizarre. Should not have made it full screen. No, it's just doing weird stuff. What is the editor? NeoVim? Yeah, it's NeoVim. But it's stuck in full screen. I want it to not be in full screen. Hotkey to disable full screen. Turn 2. Yeah, I'm pressing the escape. And enter, maybe. Oh, there we go. I did it. There we go. Perfect. So I'm gonna ask a few questions because I actually don't really, you know, I'm so used to using like these hooks. That's how I learned stuff. So I'm not even sure what it really looks like if you're not doing this anymore. Where does everything go? I'll ask it over here. So with React Query and Suspense, so if we're not using hooks anymore, where are we putting all this? What's the new pattern with this? The European bank forced to release a specific sheet called a fine sheet loan detail. Oh man, wait, loan simulation? Really? So not even if you're actually like it's just like if you're doing like a simulation of a loan. What is a fine sheet though? Fine sheet. For loans. I always find it interesting whenever I hear something about like the regulations and all this stuff in Europe. I'm like, sorry, that sucks, dude. That's a lot of stuff to try to get something started. So you know when you get a loan in Europe, it's mandated by law that every bank release this PDF so that you can do a side-by-side comparison. Gotcha. Well, I guess if you're making a robo-advisor, definitely the US has some regulations on that front. And in our app here, we're not giving any advice because it is pretty highly regulated. You don't say, hey, buy this stock. You say, hey, this is what our research says, but don't never say buy it. It's a ton of data to get it all in context. Gotcha. I think every country is a little different for sure. In Europe too, like I think it's tons of different regulations, right? But to use to dictate speech, I'm using Whisperflow. I'm just asking this to learn kind of the new patterns. Can you tell me when did React Query come out and Suspense? When did these two come out? I'm trying to figure out how behind I am and everything. Gotta catch up. Can you go ahead and update our upsells? So we have some upsell pages. I'll just attach the whole directory so you can find it. Go ahead and update with our new pricing. Don't change any styles though, just keep it the same. It's like a customized newsletter based on your portfolio. I'll show you the landing page. It's kind of the general idea. This is the idea. And you can do research and run your own questions in the research tab and create charts. You can track your portfolio and things. You can export it. This is a premium feature. Export to Excel. And some other premium features too. That's not the only one. If that's the only one, we'd be in trouble. Thanks, man. We've been spending a lot of time the last couple days on the styling. I think we're getting there. And we're gonna add some more components on so you can have some more things to read. Right now we have this like what history says, which we'll clean up. And it should be based on the day. So we need to actually add that text back, which is like based on today, what happened. This is the charts that we came up with that are interesting. I'm using Opus 4.5. Yes. Primarily Opus 4.5. A little bit of anti-gravity. I mean, Gemini for the design. Okay, so what is the key differences? You're still using hooks, but they work differently. Oh, okay, so we're not actually removing the idea of hooks. It's just like simplifying the files. So we're not really using use effects, right? Is that the general idea? Or I'm feeling kind of unmotivated in terms of projects and job stuff as sophomore college. How do I get back on the grind? For me, going to the gym really helps. Like I find like whenever I'm not feeling super great, I'll go to the gym, and once you do that, I feel like it's a huge mood boost. In the beginning, you're gonna feel like the gym sucks. I don't know. You might already go to the gym. I don't know, but just based on my situation, I was like, don't really like lifting. I'll just keep doing it. And then eventually you start to like it because it's the only source in life where you always get, I feel like, consistent progress. It's like, as long as you go to the gym, you lift and you eat the protein. It's a very simple equation. Weights will go up. And that's a nice feeling. Because not everything in life is that simple. In fact, most things are not. So it's kind of a nice thing that you learn to enjoy, and it gives you a good mood boost. And I think there's some endorphins and stuff that release too. CS job market's kind of cooked. Yeah, it's definitely in like this transformational era. We will see how it turns out. My personal opinion is there's still, I mean, if you guys watch some of this, like, there's still quite a lot of things that having software development knowledge is kind of like a requirement to do, right? Like, to be able to build the kinds of stuff that's complex, you need it still, and it's probably going to be for a while. Like, some people think eventually, I'll show you what we're doing, Rahul. Maybe it'll help a little bit for like I think some people fear everything's going away or something. And a lot of the stuff we have to do the planning, and we have to make sure the way it's designing things. I mean, even just today, right? It's like, because I relied on the AI too much, and I chose a very old version of our Next.js and React, and I didn't check. And because of that, granted, the effort to update happens to be not too bad because we happen to get lucky with how we didn't use any outdated things. Otherwise, we'd have to change everything. That's just one example, but basically the planning steps where we designed the architecture, like I'll show you these docs that we make as we go along. Just make this full screen again. So as we develop any hard features, the docs that you make is really, you have to review, because it's not like the AI comes out with it perfect every time. So you go and read it and you say, hey, this doesn't make sense. But how do you decide that it doesn't make sense? Well, you have to have the knowledge that you learned in college, and that means companies will still need to hire for that, right? And a lot of the junior levels are you know, it's kind of like when you're hired, the reason they hire juniors is not because they provide value at the beginning. It's because like they hope you can evolve to do like the higher level system design, and that's where you provide a lot of the value. And it's still the same now, right? It's like, are you providing value in the last 30 to 40% of the implementation of these companies? Not really. So that's, in my opinion, that's what it's probably going to be for a long time still. It's like the AI makes a lot of mistakes with the planning, and you have to iterate. And that's what I'm doing. I use AI to help me iterate, but I still have to actually go in and say, hey, this doesn't make sense. And when I do lack the knowledge, which comes up on the stream, I don't know this new thing with, I'm not a front-end dev, so I don't know a lot of the, you guys see, hey, the page is laggy, and now he has to do all this work to upgrade the thing because it's like, yeah, it's like same thing, right? Like it's a tool, and if you use the tool wrong, and then people ask, and they talk about in the comments, oh, what about security and all this? It's a tool. If you don't review it and you just like depend on it, you're not gonna have a good time. So all that stuff you need to hire for. I hope it was a bit long-winded, but I hope that maybe helps a little bit. I think I wouldn't believe that all this stuff about engineers are going away and all this stuff. So that's my opinion. I don't know, bro. The way I see AI going, I don't see it being able to take over software engineering. Yeah. If your primary job is just like kind of like, I mean, maybe if I was just a front-end dev, but that said, there's still knowledge there that helps, but definitely I would want to lean a little bit more into the system designing scalable, solutions. Like, I think that's where it's going to be a little bit tough for the AI to match. So yeah, anyways, I'm going to get started with PyTorch and neural networking because my passion is self-driving cars. Interesting. Very niche field. Well, that's a good one. I think it's like definitely if you're going the specialization kind of area or a lot of research, you're if you have the drive to do that and all that stuff, that's going to be probably pretty sweet gig. Do that process. Hey Alex, we're building an investments newsletter. It looks like this. This is the marketing and the landing page. Okay. That said, let's continue. Pro turning into a consultant, designing scalable solutions across teams. Yes. Lots of jargon. And lots of consultant speak, I agree. Okay. So the old use effect fetching pattern looks like this. This is kind of what I'm used to. Is the reason why the new pattern is to not use the use effect kind of because there's usually a lot of, like, as you build, use effects can cause a lot of bugs, because I noticed that, like, was that part of the problem I was trying to solve? Because I'm just trying to understand before we change to the new pattern. Cool, that's good, Rahul. Appreciate it. Feel free to, if you want. I mean, we have a little community we're making. You can join. So the reason why switch to suspense, which is the library we're switching to, most likely, is that the use effect for data fetching was a bug factory. The React team themselves have acknowledged this. Infinite loops, we've had our fair share of infinite loops working on this thing. Waterfall fetches. Okay, let's try it. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and implement this plan here. Which is here. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll explain the setup. I usually, depending on what we're doing, I can run a few. Each one of these is a cloud code instance. Depending on what we're doing, I'll have them all running. Not always, though. If we're doing lots of UI changes, I'll run them, and then I'll keep the context as long as it's useful. As soon as we change to a new task, I will clear, which clears, so that we were not sending unnecessary things when we're doing a task to the AI, because it kind of confuses it, essentially, and also waste of credits. We don't have credits, but waste of performance a little bit if you send unnecessary stuff. So we clear it, we do the task, and then that's basically it. We have some asynchronous stuff. Just make sure if you're doing asynchronous stuff, do not edit the same files at the same time with multiple tasks, because that's can create some bugs and it's a little confusing. This window is for our docs. It's our NeoVim. It's kind of where we open up our plans and we read them and we correct it. Yeah, and I think that's it. I mean, that's all we're doing. We have Cloud Code, Opus 4.15, and this is the window of what we're working on. And this is just my setup, but this is kind of how I like to do things. So while we wait for that, so right now we're switching to suspense. There was another one we were going to start, which is another plan doc, which is here, this one. So we're going to start this one. I'm going to clear let's go ahead and implement this plan. So this next plan here is this page will be public. These two are guarded behind the sign-in. The reason this is public so people can share easily. They don't need to log in to see the daily brief. It just won't show some things, right? It won't show this. This will be blocked by a sign-in, but it will show the rest. So window codes, the others are info windows. So sometimes they all code. Sometimes we're running, when I say task, it could be creating a document that we're gonna read. It could be just talking. So it's just whatever we're doing at the moment. Sometimes we are running 3 coding windows at the same time if we feel like, the way I make that judgment is if they're modifying really separate things, then I can run multiple at the same time. And yeah, sometimes they're just, in this case, since I'm talking a lot, we only have one running, but we're gonna make this one run too. Before starting though, there's 2 things we want to change. I believe in the doc we didn't specify that the your performance component, that one shouldn't be visible if the user's not logged in. I think that's it. That's the only one. For the morning, afternoon. So before you get started, go ahead and make the change to the document and then start the plan, the implementation. Hello, SCT, welcome back. Aren't you getting a lot of hallucinations? Even with my stuff bugs out. I'm building one system, it's all good. But the moment I try to implement 2 systems together, it becomes a mess. Yeah, there's a lot of quirks that you kind of get. I mean, one very common quirk with the Opus 4.5, and each model is a little different, right? Each model fails in predictable ways. Rather, non-predictable ways, but it fails in the same way, if that makes sense. So it's hard, you can't predict that it's going to fail in that way, but it does it common. So one common thing is that it does this fallback logic where it says, like, for example, with our charts over here. So this is what you can do with the platform, but so we fixed the bug, but what it can do is, in this case, right, we had one of our charts where we were asking a question and getting just weird data, and we're like, what's happening? It's because it created a sample fallback data in the scenario where there is no data, right? So it creates like weird bugs because it's assuming that you always want to be biased against showing errors to the user. And in fact, we want the opposite. We want to always show the errors. But it doesn't matter how many times I put in the system prompt, I instruct it, it always does that. So we just have to go through and we have to find it and eliminate it. But you're right, there's some problems. The way we kind of navigate some of the weird stuff is we make the plans and we correct them, and we kind of implement it by phases, kind of slower. And then once you do that, usually it does a bit better. Where we had to do the most planning was this chart generation stuff. That's been a huge effort. But yeah, anyways. Yeah. I mean, I think it's happened at least 3 or 4 times where we've thought something was working, and it's just because it added some like fallback function that we identified later, and we're like, oh my gosh, it's kind of annoying. And then there's another thing. We created our system prompts. I originally made this a video, but the problem, I deleted it because it's not listening to our system prompts, so it's not really useful yet. But this is generally what Opus 4.5 will fail at. Is it does listen to this one, strangely enough. once I edited it, stopped doing that. But it likes to add regex and weird hard-coded values. We can't put this. This is what I was talking about before. Right, another thing is the database stuff. It assumes that you want to keep your database the same. Even if you want, you can nuke it, right? Because it assumes you have users. And that's basically it, yeah. But not really working as intended, so we still have to tell it to not do that. And fix it ourselves sometimes. And this here is going to be a title of the article. So this isn't just going to say this. It's going to be this over here. You can see my ridiculous amount of tabs. But yeah, it's going to be a title. Oh, it's the same for you, Joev? Oh my gosh, so annoying. I've tried so many times to say, hey, cut it out, but it does it anyway. So I'm just gonna learn to live with it. Just keep running little audits to get rid of all the synthetic data that it tries to do. Oh my gosh. It is a little bit reassuring when other people have the same problems, so it's not specific to my project. Oh yeah. Project, most of Boris. Since I've kind of explained it a few times in a row, I'm going to go ahead and not to blow you off, but I don't want people to get annoyed. Okay, so this one completed. So we're migrating from our current way that we're using useEffects, and we're going to use the suspense library with React's query. Supposedly it implements the first part. Seems like everything's loading, so that's a good sign. Let me look at the changes. Yeah, I was a engineer before, so for 4.5 years. I kind of I did this whole spiel about why it's just a tool and you need to know. So, we probably agree on things, so. The reason I use vibe coding in the title is because there's no term for what we're doing. We're doing a mix, so it's something in between. We do the high-level planning. I wonder, maybe I can make a command just to respond to that question. Okay. That would be maybe a good idea. Do I understand what I'm doing? Sometimes people in the chat, they try to quiz me. They're like, give me like programming questions. Like, it's not that kind of stream. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and implement the rest of this then. So what it's doing with React query, it's creating all the different queries for each of the data that we had in this file. So far it seems to work because when we load the page, we're still getting all the same data. We got the calendar and the week. You get that now. Imposter syndrome. I suppose there is some component of that for sure. It's like, I mean, think about before. It's a good thing to watch you build things. It's not like others, yeah, I don't want to use other. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to be too, some people come in, they're very upset. Or something. It's probably just the title. The title's a little bit, yeah. But if they create a term for what we're doing, I'll happily change the title. Because I don't really, the term is like, I get it. It's like, it doesn't really fit what we're doing. So it's not totally right. But I don't really have too much problem with the term, which is why I put it in the title. Cool, yeah, no problem. We changed the pricing. That's good. I want to see the new upsell page, so let's take a look at that. I'm going to sign out and be a new user. Okay. So if I go here, oh yeah, we got to change this. Yeah, the new page, we haven't created a dark mode yet because we updated the styles. So let's go ahead and send this. Nice. Looks good. Long one today. Yeah, how long are we? Oh yeah. I think we started a bit late today. About an hour later than usual. So I read that the psychology of this is you want the pro to have the longest list, and then the basic should seem like you're not getting a lot of stuff, so people will more likely choose this. I think it's called that a decoy or something. Oh, this is not updated to our recent, so let's go ahead and change that. So go ahead and change the change this file. We named it something else. What do we call it? I also want like a lot of information, like, so we need an official page, like on the page where people, the upgrade page, they can see like, hey, we have a very generous refund policy, all that other stuff. How did you get to go lives? Oh, do you subs? Anyone can go live. You don't need a lot of subs. You can just go live. Our default is a little bit weird. This is a new user, so I think I changed mine to be lower, so we should change the defaults for this part. I'm gonna ask it to find the page for me, because I don't know where it is. I don't really want to look. With this stock, right now it's outdated, so it should the feature set should match. Okay, it's still doing this janky loading thing, so hopefully by the time this is done, it'll be like really smooth. That'd be really cool. Oh, it hasn't added suspense yet. That was pretty smooth so far. As you guys see, there's a lot of new stuff. Okay, interesting. This is for blocking, just does this on the front end. It's going to block that the user needs to sign in. Someone can technically go in and change that and come in, but you block the endpoints too, so that way they can't chat. They try to use it, you know. That's kind of the general idea. Unless they paid, then they can use it. Hide component for logged out users. That sounds fine. Yep. This is us just changing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe some bugs, but so far it looks good. So. This is just the new. Okay, I'm okay with this, I think. So React query. Pushing. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. The next steps. Go ahead and do all three of those. I guess before continuing, what's the advantage in number 3? The use mutation. What would that give us? So use mutation, what's going to give us the benefits here? Error handling, cache invalidation, retry logic. I think we don't need it at the moment. Maybe just 1 and 2 for now. Yeah, let's just do 1 and 2 for now. Yes, let's just do it. We can always look at it and say, hey, it's getting too complex for our application. That's fine. What's the vibe code setup going on? Got multiple agents, prompting cloud code sessions. We're using for audio to text. I'm using Whisperflow. Maybe in that stack command I should put everything because I think I didn't put all the other things. But yeah, so Cloud Code, this is Cloud Code. I use NeoVim for my our docs and our implementations, and then I kind of have this setup where I have the hotkeys, so I can just easily create new ones and put it in the right place. I got you guys over here behind my webcam. That's my setup. So yeah, that's fine. But you haven't implemented the part where when you go to, actually, I didn't even test that. Let me sign out and go to the page. I sign out and then I'm here. This is the landing page. And if I go here, this should be public now. Great. Looks pretty good. We should still have the portfolio though, because if the user clicks on that, then it goes to the login. So go ahead. You should add the portfolio. Even when the user's logged out, they should be able to navigate to it. But when they click it, then they have to sign in. Also, can you go ahead and reorder the navigation? It should be today's brief, portfolio, then research, and that should be on all pages. But yeah, you just need to change the header there. Thanks, Koal. Yeah, pro tip, if you use the agents to build in Cloud Code, you'll save a ton of context. Yes, that's true. We always clear. Maybe sometimes I forget, but I usually always clear. Doing tools without it breaking. Yes. Yes, all good suggestions. Yesterday you ran Playwright API mapper to map banks simulator with normal chat, logs up with the context with one run. If you use agents able to get through. Nice. Bank simulator. Are you gonna do ads? Is that kind of the idea there too for the or is it kind of like you pay for maybe more advanced, like it reads a term sheet or something? Or maybe it's just for fun. It's just for fun. Never mind. Okay, cool. So we're signed out. If I click this, okay, so right now the portfolio nav brings you to the home page. So it should be bringing you to the sign-in page, right? Right now we have implemented one sign-in page from the landing page. We're gonna, if we haven't already, I believe you did. You need to, looks like you did, the sign-in required page. I'll take a look, take a gander. Yes, here it is. So go ahead and direct me to that page. So I might actually need to reset because we have new pages, just to make sure. So the current behavior is it goes to the sign-in page and then it redirects back to home. So some sort of bug. Okay, so let's see if it should do the smooth loading now. If not, we didn't quite achieve our goal. I think it is definitely less janky. But I can see it's fetching something here, right? Let's just check. Changing the song. Kind of lagging. Okay, there we go. What is this? Let me go look. It's kind of like extremely long running. I don't really know what that is, so I'm going to plug it in. Oh, I see. It's Firebase. I think it's because it's sending 3 Firebase Auth requests. And the other 2 just never receive response, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little ridiculous amount of terminals. So when I load the page, it looks like it's calling Firebase 3 times. Are we? Did we not? This is the app TSX page. So let's try to find where we have some duplicate calls for Auth. If we're not signed in, we don't need to call. Only for what we're storing, which is nothing if the user's not signed in. So accept the images. Oh no, that's not true. We get the whole insights page because we're not creating it every time. So that's the one thing we get. But definitely no Auth stuff. So I think this is a case of not removing older code. Because we're kind of moving to this new approach with React Query. So we have 6 concurrent Firebase calls. We shouldn't. So we'll try to remove that. Very important. Okay, so the portfolio page, when I click it, I should go to the login. I'm going to do that now. Which country are you from? Hey, Muta, I have some of that stuff in the description. I am in the US. Sign into your portfolio, sign in. Good. Cool. Yeah, it works there. So when I sign out, it brings me back to the landing page, but actually it should just go back to the app today's brief page. Yeah, I originally put that on the top left of the screen because I thought it would maybe help answer a little bit. Maybe just not enough detail for people to feel happy. It's okay. I don't mind. Sign in now, redirects to app. Cool, I'm gonna try again, sign in. I do it on another tab because my emails. Okay, cool. So now when I sign out, brings me back to this page, which is good. And when you click here, it brings you to the sign-in page. You sign in. Pretty basic sign-in page, I would say, but does the job. Let me try the research. This one is a little bit even more basic. And for some reason, there is a weird icon here, which I don't know what that is. Let me look. Oh, that's TanStack. That's React Query, that icon. So that's the new thing we just added. Okay, cool. Top left of screen, it's invisible, bro. Oh, I see. You're talking about the top left of screen, it's like just blending into the rest of the text. That's a good point. Yeah, you're probably right. I should just change the color. I could put it somewhere else. See. Not sure where to go. Maybe right on the white down here or something. So the research sign-in, let's just make it kind of the same as the portfolio sign-in page. I think you made two separate ones. It should be basically the same sort of deal. Just gotta, when they actually sign in, it should actually direct them to the page that they were trying to go to after they sign in. So you gotta kind of keep track of the intent. I'm gonna go ahead and check this fix, whether it removes some of the duplicate calls. It'll help our performance maybe a little bit. So what is it doing exactly? This is one of those things you should understand. Added cache token stores the Firebase token expiry. 55 minutes. Add a clear auth token to sign out. Yeah. It's okay. I'll probably put in another branch to look at later, but I think it makes sense. I mean, this one's definitely, you should do this, so I'm going to just commit that. Yeah. You know, like I said before, it's a tool. If you don't know what you're doing, definitely I'm a prime target for some of that kind of stuff based on the title, because I named it that. But with that said, it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated, right? We're not rolling our own auth. We're using Firebase. It's just a matter of like, yeah, if that makes sense. You just kind of got to know the basics there of make sure to do certain types of things. So I'll review this one later, and I'm going to put it in another branch. Auth tokens, or auth expiry, I'll call it that. The one that left the Firebase DB with 0 auth, yes. So we don't need to worry about that. We have our rules. That's probably the most important thing that you need to do, is have rules for your rows and rate limiting, protecting your important endpoints with Auth. So we got all of our decorators, like our pros and Auth and admin. But yeah, that's kind of the essentials you need to do. And that stuff you should review yourself, definitely, because you don't want to mess that up. And you should make tests and all this stuff. You want, I could review it, broski, Sebastian. I used Lovable AI to build it. It's called Get Study Mate. Yeah. Feel free if you want. You could link it in our little community. I'm gonna put that again if anyone wants to join. So that's because I just removed it. I'm gonna remove it from the file that's calling it. I just gotta reload or something. Look and see if we imported that, but I don't think we did. I just looked because I discarded. I'm gonna put another branch. Oh, here it is. I'll put this in that same branch. To look at later. I'm gonna delete the cache. So that one definitely should have been it. Do you understand what this error currently is? I believe I removed all references. I'll put it in another branch, so go double check. I must be missing one. Oh, I see. Somehow, when I switched branches, I didn't commit. Oddly. It's fine. It's in our history, so I'll go look later. So I'm going to test the research page again. Gotcha. Cool, that makes sense. I'm going to go back, merge that branch. Because I accidentally committed the wrong thing to this one. There we go. Cool. Sign out. And then undo this, and then we're good. It's a little messy, but now we got it. Okay, cool. And out. Boom. Search, good. Okay, so there's what it looks like now. Folio, research, today's brief. I think it is a bit smoother loading. It's definitely faster, right? Like before, it was kind of jerky. Let me try switching between pages. Okay, now I'm going to sign in and try a few things. Let's change the colors on this real quick. So the histogram should be, they all should be the same colors, not using the red or green. Okay, so that's related to our, oh yeah, that's because we moved all of our docs. So this is what we send to the LLM to know our like helper functions to call. This like little library we provide. So the LLM knows how to make the charts. So we changed the location of it is now in So we need to update all references in the code to this new location. It should be I'm gonna let it find it because I think it can do it itself. Cool, make sure it did that. Cool. I think that's all. That might be the only place. So just double checking that works. For the histogram and all other charts, go through. We're not going to have red and green on these charts generally. It's going to be these colors. These are the colors we're going to kind of default to. For the bars. I think it's okay to use the red and green, but maybe only for like this text here. Why did it say Instagram? Did I say Instagram? So I'm going to clear context on this one. Right now, the title shows twice. It's because the chart. We have a title. I'm trying to think what makes sense here. Like, I like the style of the heading because I like the darker text and everything. But I don't really want to add like an edge case of us removing the title and stuff from the charts. I think maybe what we could do is make the chart heading and description look more like the one on the page currently, and then we will remove it. But you also need to make the chart image bigger. It's not an image though, chart bigger. It's interactive. Try a new question. Make sure. Yeah, definitely not that color. Same thing here. Can you go ahead and change this red color? It should be more like the blues I described. I think the notable movers should have more text going on. This arrow's cut off. Looks like this arrow for the performance is getting cut off, and I'll just send it. For my ears. That's weird. Let's look at what happened there. We got no period data available here. Looks like it shows different charts than usual, the range band. So can you double check the flow here through the range bands to figure out what happened? So the LLM is choosing the chart kind of randomly. Well, not really randomly, but we tell it to choose it random. Definitely is not random. We could make it random if we want to. Like truly more random. But it's okay for the moment. So a lot of these errors tend to be like, when we implemented some of these, we have to bring through a lot of data through multiple files. And so we have a lot of helpers bringing in tons of data. And sometimes it's missing one. So let's see if that worked. Supposedly it was missing. I can tell it to use a range band, and that it should abide by my instruction. Range band chart. We'll see if it does. This is what I'm working on. It's like a investment tool. You can make charts, track your portfolio. This is like one type of chart you can make. We changed the colors recently. I don't know about these colors. They look kind of bland. Yeah. I'll probably change the colors on this, but I'm happy that it works somewhat. Let's see. So this is Apple returns after this, like basically after Chinese stocks go down 10%. What is Apple returns going forward for the next 6 months, right? And we can ask whatever type of question we want, right? We could say, what are Apple's returns for 1 year, 3 year, 10 years? We'll do 5 years. So let's see if that works. We have like a lot of tests, so we have like 120 tests, but the reason I don't just run it every time is because it's actually running through the LLM, because that's the only way to test it. And yeah, so it costs like probably a couple dollars to run through all the tests. But sometimes I just kind of test a little bit, make sure. So supposedly when the where does it say the... Oh, here it is. This is the historical occurrences. So this happened 385 times that the Chinese stocks dropped 10%. Cool. And in today's brief, we generate 3 of these every day. We generate 6, and then we choose the best 3 based on the stocks you own, and as well as kind of like just general macroeconomic stuff. This one broke, but we fixed the bug there. So that's with our histogram. So that one should look like this, but we just changed the colors. So let's go ahead and actually let me change the song here. I'm gonna run this again. This one's a little bit slower, but I want to just validate the colors are good. Then we will commit and work on other things. Probably the flow from when you're a new user, you sign in, how that looks, and from that to the actual trial part. I don't think we set up the trial yet, so we'll do that next. We have the credits and the buying of the credits, but that's through the subscriptions, but no trial. Okay, so we didn't change the colors. Try to understand why. So right now the histogram still green and red. Try to identify why. It should be in the chart renderer here. We have the renders for the histogram. Oh, the reason why is it changed the comparison bar. Instead of the histogram when I asked it to do that. And I guess that's fine because we do want to change to the histogram. I mean the comparison bar as well, so. Okay, so I will run this again. Hey, look at what's our to-dos here. Go into our notes. Okay, so we fixed the histogram, so we can cross that out. Okay. Oh yeah, the scatter plot is never showing up, so we'll do that later though. Oh yeah, navigation. We can fix this little bug here. Oh, something happened. Histogram. I'm curious. Maybe chose a different chart type again. I did choose the histogram. I think it chose the wrong helper, so we'll try to investigate why. So if you take a look here, we got no return data for the histogram. Go ahead and identify what happened. I think it chose the wrong helper, but we will see. We are depending on the Flash model to make the choices. But maybe we can improve our prompt a little bit to avoid it. Mm. But here's a question, right? For this question, shouldn't it have chose the signal returns instead of the forward returns? Probably going to discard these changes because I don't really want to change it. It shouldn't have chose this helper, I think. Returns. Yeah, it just changes this file here. Oh, and the returns map here. Let me try again, just out of curiosity. I look at the thing. Forward returns mapper. So it just made changes to this, which I guess is okay. It's not going to affect anything else besides the histogram. And this adds a new thing to the chart render. Okay, I think that's all right. Our new data to pass through to the mapper. Which then passes it to the chart render. I think that's okay. I'm gonna look. Oh, nice, it worked. Let me look at this one. Okay, good. But what we can compare is why did this one work, not the other one? Oh, I see what happened. Oh, okay. So when I asked it this time, however, it actually chose the signal returns. So we need to make it a little bit clearer for the LLM which one to choose, the signal returns or the forward returns for the histogram questions. What do you think makes sense? Okay, we're making updates to the model. So what would be a question that you can answer with forward returns that you couldn't answer with signal returns? Why did we originally do that though? Was there any benefit? Can you give me a question that would work with the scatter plot? That would trigger the scatter plot to be generated? We're gonna try to trigger the scatter plot. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work at the moment. I'll try to fix that. Pretty sure I'm gonna get an error with this one. Let's see though. All right, and let's test the flow right after this for the sign up. So right now we need to set up a trial. How do we do this with Stripe? We have the purchasing, but the next step is to set up like the user can sign up, or we'll do a 3-day free trial. Yep, that's true. Welcome back. We did the upgrade SG707. Took a little bit. And we did Next.js 15. So thanks for the suggestion. So right now our scatter plot is broken. Here's the log. Thank you. No errors. We had one on the portfolio page. It is impressive for the AI, I would say. For us, we didn't really do much. Thankfully, on that problem. Logs. Any idea what happened here? We haven't tested the scatter plot in like a week, so sure it's something that's not hooked up quite right. Oh yeah, so you're exactly right. We didn't use, we're just using the page router. Did not change it to the app router. Let's talk about that actually. It's a good thing to learn. So let's talk about the for an app like ours, we maybe have 5 to 7 pages. Let's talk about the benefits and drawbacks of switching to app router. Don't make any changes. We're just talking. Yeah. I kind of didn't want to make any changes for the stripe. Let me see what it's doing though. So it goes to the webhook, clicks upgrade, goes to Stripe checkout. You're gonna need a few things, right? I'm gonna discard that. Because you need to add quite a few things to make that work. You gotta do a few things. And also we have to figure out how it will look exactly, that page. Because right now it's only upgrade this to the subscriptions on our upsell page. Take a look at all of our helpers. We definitely do have one that does work because we did used to render the scatter plot. So take a look. Oh, we have way more than 5 to 7. Fair enough. I guess I didn't count a few of them. Oh, right, we have our admin pages. Forgot about those. I think my lack of understanding here is like, when do you know that a page is good to be a server component? So I'm gonna learn about that. So out of the pages that we have, take a look at them. Which ones do you think could be a server component? And then I kind of want to learn what's the general rule for when you know that you could benefit from this. I'm assuming it's when you don't have to do a lot of like interactive data fetching stuff, something like this. You ever tried beads? No, I haven't. Let me look. Beads. Memory upgrade for your coding agent. Oh yeah, we were gonna do something like this. We're gonna use Archon, which I keep saying I'm gonna try, but then I have to do it. But I'll do it. I just bookmarked it, so I'll put it on the list. Things to try. It's building up. We should maybe take a day just to try a bunch of stuff. And then we'll get back to it. Okay, so when to do this. Privacy page. Okay, so basically all of our pages can't be server components, so maybe there's not really a lot of benefit there. Because all of our pages are very interactive, they fetch lots of data. Granted, wait. There's maybe one strategy here, like I guess you prefetch the data, and then you can turn many of them into server components. So like, maybe once you log in, you do one fetch for everything you'll need for the whole site, and then everything is a server component. Let's say we did something like this. How many of these pages could we make a server component? And then after this, talk about how much faster will the page load versus what it is currently. Worth exploring. I think that's what you mentioned, SG. I remember earlier you said something like that too. Okay, so we made a ton of changes. At one point, we totally redesigned how our charts work. And when we did that, we did not build out what needs to be done for the scatter plot. So that'll take a little bit. We got to build all the helpers and the mappers and all this great stuff. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to leave it broken. But I am going to report the findings here. Yeah, see ya. Have a good one. Broken. did not make the mapper helper stuff. So 70% faster, that's pretty good. Okay, server components don't work like prefetch, use everywhere on the client. They run on the server per request. Can't store fetch data. That makes a lot of sense, I guess. So with server-side fetching, the question becomes which pages are read-only display versus heavy interaction. Gotcha. Actually, most of this page is read-only, right? Go ahead and create a plan, put it under new directory. Should be we will not do it now, but maybe one day. In the admin panel here, actually, I'm gonna fix this first, and then we'll move on to that. Makes some sense. I wanted to style it the other direction though. Yep, I can take some screenshots. I usually do it when it's like, I know it won't work through the text. Because I wouldn't always send screenshots unless it's like necessary. I feel like as I talk more during the day, I get more stumbling over words. Don't understand why. Okay, remove the duplicate title. I'm going to ask it to revert it to the same styling as it was before, though. So almost, instead of this, you're going to make it the other style, right? So what you did is you made the style of the title and the description what the chart was, but it should be what the title was that you removed. Hey, Reyes Baba, how's it going? Yes, well, appreciate it. We're making progress, slowly but surely, making it look better. Nice. Oh, this is perfect. Great. Now all we need to do is remove the n equals 22. Because it's duplicate, it says it here. Great. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Can you go ahead and remove the duplicate? Yeah, you were here early. Let's see. Hopefully we get to same numbers. Remove the duplicate. Oh, no, don't remove it. Don't remove it from the chart. Remove it from the I guess you call it the header. It's like a investment in a newsletter. You can do research. The next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add a section. I think this is kind of fun. It's like, it'll be interesting chart of the day. And it's going to be one that I can create in the admin panel. And if I get like a cool chart, I will just send it to the database to store it for the next days. So that would be kind of like more of a manual thing where every day I'm kind of playing around with the charts because it's kind of fun. And then I get to choose one that will show here. No, not yet. Raise Baba. We spent a lot of time on this one, but hopefully we'll move to the selling stuff. Here's some ideas. This is hooked to Stripe and everything, but it's still in test mode at the moment. No, not move it from there. No, please don't remove it from there. Remove it from the other location and bring back what you removed there. Where's the song again? Nice. Okay, good. That's back. And then removes it from here. Nice. Okay, great. I guess that's okay. So one thing I wanted to add, I'm going to clear this. In the admin panel, I want you to add a new section. It's actually this one. Go ahead and create this plan. It's going to be a new implementation plan in Docs for creating a new section of the brief that's called interesting chart of the day or something. Make it a new directory, implementation plan. What it should be is using this page, it should allow me to, I'm generating the charts, right? Actually, a simpler way to do this is just use the research page, and if I'm an admin, then I can set it myself, and then I don't need to use this page. What is your project doing? For a software engineer guy's perspective, way less technical. It's just a website. Does do automation, etc. stuff. This site, what it does here, it's for, I'll show you the landing page. That's probably the simplest way. It gives you, if you have your portfolio of stocks, gives you like a daily brief personalized to you. You can customize it. You can go in here and say, hey, I don't like any of this stuff except maybe one thing, right? And then it will send it to your email every morning and evening, unless you turn it off. It won't. So that's the first part, right? Customizable newsletter with cool charts that you can choose what you want to receive. The next part is like, you can track your portfolio. You can go in here. This is kind of a nice little thing, but more specifically, this is how we know how we can populate this for you. You can fill it out yourself. Tells you what kind of investor you are. That's also something that will show up in today's brief on what you're going to get. And then the research tab. This is the third part where you can ask your own questions. Maybe you're wondering, how does Apple do when we're going to change the colors again? Because right now it doesn't look good, but what happens when Chinese stocks go down? What happens to Apple usually? You could ask it like that, right? Like you could ask, what happens when Apple, when Chinese stocks go down? What happens to Apple going forward? I haven't tried it this vague, I think, so we'll give this a shot and see if it works. But yeah, this guy cooks. Thanks, man. Did you learn this knowledge on your own? I was an engineer before, so I have some software engineering knowledge. Yeah. So see, you can ask a vague question, generate a chart pretty quickly because we're using the Flash model, and we have our own pipeline for how this works. Like this is where we've spent probably 50% of the effort has been trying to make cool charts that you can do many different types. You can even request what types of charts and all this stuff. And you might say, okay, well, Perplexity has this, Julius AI has this, but ours is faster. Ours is really tailored for this specific data. That's why there's some drawbacks to that. But because of that, we can generate the charts faster, and we can basically tailor a little bit to what the user might want a little better, right? And we can use the Flash model, which makes it cheaper for us. So all of those things. And I can explain how we do that if you want, but the drawbacks are the user can't upload their own data to generate these charts. If they did, we would have to do kind of what Perplexity and Julius is doing, which is much slower, where the AI would build out the whole chart and everything, and it wouldn't look very good. Yeah, it's basically like a informational. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling, but that's what it is. I hope that makes sense. There's a few different components to it. I think it tailors to kind of like a retail investor, not professional, sort of mid-level. This here will be the title of the article, similar to, we did all that today. That's why it'll be similar to this. This is where we do our design. We do it in AI Studio. Each brief every day is going to have a title for both the morning and afternoon. And we're going to now add a new section, which is going to be interesting chart of the day that I will sometimes populate. We get these 3 charts, but I will maybe add one if, like for example, with the SpaceX IPO, right? Maybe I can add a fun little chart that will be in the next day's brief, but not every day. So I'll do that probably manually to start. But so the idea for this is interesting chart of the day. I am generating it through the research panel and the research page. And what this should be in the research page is there should be an extra button for after we generate a chart, if you're an admin specifically, that you can actually add it to the pending. We're going to just put it in a collection. It's called pending charts. And the way it works is it's like it's storing it under the next day's brief. So it's going to, for example, if it's weekend, it's going to be Monday. It's Monday, it's going to be Tuesday. The next day, and that'll be the next folder. And then in there, it's going to store the actual chart image. Actually, scratch that, not this chart image. It stores the chart data. So that way we can have the interactive charts in today's brief. And that's how it should work. So the admin can choose that. So, and then the next step, so phase 2 of this plan is going to be that we're going to need to build the component and the UI component. And then the next step is that it's going to hook up to that. It's just going to display it, and that's it. As a tech stack, Next.js and Python Flask and Firebase for authentication and Tailwind for the styles. And also we're using React Query and for the loading we're using this what was it called again? I forget. The loading, we used some library to make it load a little more smoothly. I'll pull it up here. DB is Firebase as well. Google Cloud for the deployment, but it's off at the moment until we get into a good state. So go ahead and create the doc first. Cool. I'm probably going to head out now because I want to go to the gym before it closes. But it's been a good day. We did a lot of stuff, and we added this. We worked on UI, fixed a lot of bugs, some charts, and yep, and voice prompting with Whisperflow. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining.